Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Richest Roots drink works for menstrual cramps and pain, migraines, fatigue, stress and tiredness, sinusitis, builds immune defense, bloating, enhances male bedroom prowess, and Richest Sorrel Roots drink works against all types of cancers and tumors, memory loss, high cholesterol, insomnia, nervous issues, flu, and many other illnesses. For your Richest Roots drink and Richest Sorrel Roots drink, contact us now via WhatsApp at 876-528-9534. Richest Roots drink and Richest Sorrel Roots drink. Richest, a true Jamaican experience.
Sorry about that. I'm talking and don't even realize that the mute button is on. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second.
Richest Roots drink works for menstrual cramps and pain, migraines, fatigue, stress and tiredness, sinusitis, builds immune defense, bloating.
All right, guys. Already know. Sorry about that. If you notice, we're starting a little bit late than usual. Our apologies. Coach unfortunately could not make it today. So, therefore I was asked to step in. Good day to everyone. Thanks for being here and welcome back to the Coach's Desk. I almost had another channel a while ago, right? But welcome back to the Coach's Desk, guys. Smash the like button. Free and easy way to support the channel. We're kicking off the Weekend TripleTreat for you guys on this Friday evening. I don't know about you guys, but boy, today was a tough Friday. A very, very, very tough Friday. We care about the national team, and boy, today was not a good day at all. Waking up today, man. Trust me, man. Woke up today and we just never felt good. We just never felt good. I did a video early today, and honestly, I had to drag myself before the computer to do the video, man. Honestly, man. It's a tough day for me personally, right? I don't know how you guys feel about it. Fresh God, what's happening, man? The general for the comment section is in the house. Fresh God, big up every time. MPEC, what's happening, man? Is that why I'm gonna say MPEC? Is that why I'm gonna say MPEC? MPEC disappear from out there, Big up MPEC. You guys see the topic. Is the Reggae Boyz road to Qatar dream over? Right? Do we really lack quality? Is the dream over, guys? Is the dream over? Right? Hit me in the comment section and let me know. By the way, guys, you guys know the rules, guys. You guys know the rules, 100 likes, and the link drop, for the panelists can jump on, So don't play with Coach's Desk likes, guys. Come on, man. Run up the likes on the video, guys. Run up the likes on the video. Clinical. Big up, man. Big up. Thanks for being here. Upbeat Boss. Bless up, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, guys, as I was saying earlier, man, today was just a tough day. Right now, honest to God, right now, me have to try to spruce up my energy, so to speak. See, to kind of, be a lively host for you guys, because honestly, man, may I tell you, last night hit me for 6. I was saying on my video that I don't know which one hurt most. The fact that we lost and the way we lost, or the fact that when I googled the Panama game, Panama lost. Costa Rica won the game. Right? I had planned to watch the game, guys. I was planning on watching that game, that Panama Costa Rica game, but boy, after our loss, I was in no mood to watch any football, man. And just Google the score roundabout when the game would have been finished. And boy, we saw that 1-0 in favor of Costa Rica. And trust me, man, that personally for me, it hit me, man, because we missed a golden opportunity. A golden opportunity. Golden opportunity to close that gap between us and Panama. Jason said a certain player came on and snatched the feed from the Jazz. Yo, we can't deal with it, man. You're not easy, man. A certain player come on and snatch the feed from the jaws of victory. Boy, we'll move along. Clinical say, I think we should start preparing for the 2026 campaign. I think this one is going to slip away. It's mathematically possible, but unfortunately, I don't think it's happening. Boy, yes, the gap didn't widen between us and Panama, but we have one less game to try and close it. We have one less game to try and close it. And, there is where the issue lies. There is where the issue lies. Boy, it really looks sticky. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was looking sticky before last night. Looking sticky. Yo, it looks sticky, man, honestly. It's looking sticky. Sean Dunn said Jamaica did not prepare for this World Cup, bro, and such one is to blame, not Paula. And I had spoke about that in my particular video as well, guys. I think you see this thing where we just fling aside together, and this is my opinion, right? This is my opinion. Let's make that clear, right? This thing where we fling aside together on the eve of a World Cup qualification campaign, or, even during the World Cup qualifiers, it can't continue to work, guys. In my humble opinion, it just cannot continue to work. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I don't want the UK born players to come and play for us. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that we need to identify the players that we want. We need to aggressively pursue them, have a plan in place, right, to bring them into the fold. And we need to do it as early as possible. And we need to give them a good run of games, right, leading up to the World Cup qualifiers as a team, in terms of have a core group of players, right, have a good manager with a proper system in place, right, and have that build up to the World Cup qualifiers. So by the time the World Cup qualifiers come around, the team is a well-drilled, well-oiled machine, right? This thing we're at the last minute, we are go all over the place and a scrape up baller here and a scrape up baller there and a fling them into the qualifiers. Boy, me no know. It's not working. We have seen it time and time again. It not working, man. So I agree with Sean Dunn from the perspective of Jamaica did not prepare. We honestly didn't, man. The preparation process was poor. I think we can all agree on that. Such man have this team for 5 years and no chemistry. But they still a beat such money, man. But they can't forget about such man. Boy, on a rate such man, To on a med such man, On a rate such man, man. On a constantly a med such man. Me I tell you, Our coach should have a greater hand in things this term, choose his backroom staff, etc. But I mean, I don't know whether that did or did not happen. The the last time around when the previous coach was hired. In terms of choosing his backroom staff, I definitely know that he asked for Paul Hall. That I know. Guys, smash the like button, guys. We at 30 likes now? Come on, man. Run the likes button up, man. Run the likes button up, man. Now ramp with the big bad coaches decks like someone. Boss Thomas, big up, man. How much of these players from Gold, I think you're talking about Gold Cup, have been under the previous coach since 2017? Some of them have been, for sure, but many of them have not been. Many of the players came on board in fairly recent times. I think we can all agree on that. And many are important players as well. Many are important players as well. Seen? Shavan, bless up. Shavan, where are you, man? You recover it, boss? Good night, everyone. I hope you guys had a great day. No, Shavan, I think you know the answer to that already. I've been down since the second goal yesterday. Boy, me knock out from the first goal in a Shavan. Because honestly, from the first one scoring, I had a feeling we were going to concede another one, From the first goal score, guys, I had a strong feeling that we were going to concede another one. Honestly, man, they invest too much money in the Gold Cup and didn't prepare for the World Cup. Boy, Leighton, the point about, me not 100% agree with your point, but I kind of understand what you're trying to say. I think the Gold Cup should have been used as a preparation tournament, and unfortunately it wasn't. Unfortunately, and I was saying it, people were saying, oh, we need to go win the Gold Cup. We need to go win the Gold Cup. And I say, yes, it would be nice if we do win the Gold Cup, but we need to use the Gold Cup as a preparation tournament for the World Cup qualifiers, which is the most important thing. Guys, did we use the Gold Cup as a preparation tournament? Hit me in the comment section and let me know. Did we use the Gold Cup as a preparation tournament? Did we properly use it? Right? Was the Gold Cup properly utilized from the standpoint of preparation? Seen? Nearly 60 odd people on the live and only 36 likes. No, man. I'm not joke with coach, man. I'm not joke with coach. Come on, man. Run up the likes. Run up the likes button, guys. A simple thing for just set up bam and click the like button, man. It's not that difficult, man. Come on. We're not ask too much of you guys, man. Just run up the likes, man. Free and easy way to support. So Jason is now saying it obviously not happened formula with this one as the only change that is the head coach, but nothing more. Boy, what Alva spoiled. Boy, and I go in for Alva spoil, man. And I deal with Alva's away, man. Somebody said to me that, Alva Spoil can't pick himself or Alva Spoil can't put himself on the pitch. And boy, I could even argue with the point too tough, to be honest with you, man. I could even really argue with the point. Bro, first thing, this team not fit. We only can play for 60 minutes. Jamaica need a style of play. We don't even have a style of play. Look at Panama. It's not the best team, but they have chemistry. They have chemistry and they have a system and a style of play. Right? And when you look at Panama, and that's a good point, my friend. When you look at Panama, they're a well-oiled, well-drilled machine. Well-oiled and well-drilled machine. By the way, guys, my apologies for the peanut wall them in the background, guys. Unfortunately, you guys might be hearing them. So if you're hearing them, my apologies for that. You know the thing go. We can't ask the peanut wall them for stop the noise. So, we just have to contend with them. Heartbreak seem to be guaranteed if you're a fan of the Reggae Boyz. Boy, it seems so. It seems so. Me I tell you, man, me there I talk to you right now. Me have to try for vibes up myself, or spruce up myself for try and reason with you, man. Because trust me, man, deep down in my soul, it hurt because I think all of us last night would have realized that the thing kind of looked very sticky. See? Is the Reggae Boyz road to Qatar dream over? Do we really lack quality? Hit us in the comment section and let us know, guys, as more people continue to stream in and the likes continue to run up. 51 likes on the video. And you guys know the golden rule of when it hits 100 likes, what takes place. Right? The link is dropped and the panelists jump on. Let us see. Did I skip over or no? Alvas can decline. Alvas can decline a call up though. Laugh out loud. Oh God. Paul Hall was assistant from Gold Cup and he saw Alvas spoil and he saw Alvas deficiency and yet still he played him. Paul to be blamed, secondly leading up to the 88th minute and no defensive change. Boy, I can't really argue with that comment there, I can't really argue with that comment there because, many people are saying that, there were other players that could have been utilized. Amariapa was there. Seen and Paul Hall was there for the Gold Cup as upbeat boss rightfully pointed out. Right? He must know Alvas Paul by now. He must know what Alvas Paul can and cannot do. He must know. Seeing some people say, guys, I was on my watch along saying that honestly, me that used Bobby D card over Reed. That would have been the first change, in terms of, that would have been the change me that do. But me just say, me that substituting Bobby D card over Reed for replace Brown before me substitute Alvas Paul for replace Brown. Honestly, man. Jamaican Guna. Big up, boss. Big up, big up. Neo Sovereign. Love the crickets. Neo, big up, by the way. Big up. That is Vloggers, resident attorney at law. I always refer to him as love the crickets, brother. Yeah, that. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Clinical say, and that's why I don't see us beating Panama. We are getting a draw at best. Remember, this is a team that beat us 3-0 at home. Boy, I don't want to be negative, so, let's keep it positive. We're going to have a very favorable result against Panama. 11 players, one didn't cause the team to lose. They weren't playing good from the start. And I agree, Sunflower, I am presuming that is a female. Why a man would have want to call himself Sunflower? I am presuming that is a female. Is that a female? Are you a female, Sunflower? But I agree with the point, though. Truthfully, we weren't playing good from minute one, even before the red card. Guys, what say you? Red card or no red card? Hit me in the comment section. I know it seems to be a controversial one. Me personally can't understand it, though. Me personally not get it. I think it was pretty straightforward. Fresh God, pointing out as always that there is rapid growth of the channel. Yeah, man, continue to support the coach's desk. Lulu said, Peeny Wally don't make noise. You know, I hear them. Boy, me I hear them loud and clear, man. Loud and clear. J-Ross up. Big up J-Ross. We need better players, better technical committee. We have a good coach at the moment, but we also need a better government as well. You see, because this particular program is not my program, and I am performing hosting duties today, certain controversial comments, I will leave it alone. I am not here in the capacity as a panelist. I am here in the capacity as a host. Jamaican Guna said our campaign is effectively over. Jamaican Guna even means words, people. Jamaican Guna bring we down right back down to earth. Sean Dan rather said we should have used the Gold Cup as part of our preparation, but if we use local players in Gold Cup and when we're trying to qualify for the World Cup, we're using too much overseas player. Honestly, I don't think it's a matter of too much overseas player. You know. My thing is that we can't just fling, no matter how good these players are, in my humble opinion, we can't just fling these players into the World Cup qualifiers, not have a squad that is properly gelled, and expect to have favorable results. That's just honestly how I see it, man. The squad just look all over the place, man. Somebody said in my video today is 11 individuals, it's not a team. Kevin Williams, Paul Hall out. No, man. Paul Hall picked Alvas. He is fully at fault. No, I understand the Alvas point, yes. But Paul Hall out after two game, boss. That kind of little bit harsh, man. Kind of little bit harsh. I'm not going to advocate for a coach for go out after only 2 games. Guys, did you guys think Paul Hall had enough time to because and I think he was kind of warning us, in the press conference, By the way, big up to him for doing a pre-match press conference, I think that was good stuff, because just saying it's an improvement. Honestly, Paul Hall said in the press conference, in the pre-match press conference, that just trying to highlight the fact that he hasn't had enough time to work with the team per se, in terms of juxtaposing what took place in the build-up to the Peru game, where he had a week to work with the players, versus what took place with the Mexico game, where he only had 2 training sessions, I believe. So, did Paul Hall have enough time, guys, to work with this team and get things going? Continuous reminder to smash the like button. Where am I now in the comment section? J-Ham say yes, Powell was a mess when he came on, but Damian Lowe must be held accountable for his reckless tackle. And honestly, J-Ham, I honestly do agree with this. I think I am disappointed with our vice captain. Our vice captain is supposed to know better. In my humble opinion, the manner in which the follow-through occurred, in my humble opinion, he clearly seemed intent to leave something on Andres Guardado. I just saw me see it. And to be honest with you, man, whether or not there was intention there, it was a dangerous tackle. Initially, when the tackle occurred and the play was brought back, I said to myself, that wouldn't get worse than a yellow card for that. But when I watch the replay, man, and you see how dangerous it was a dangerous challenge, man. Him could have caused Guardado some serious problems. Him could have seriously injured the player. Coach good. All know me heat a hurt. All know my heart I hurt me. Oh God. Yeah, man, coach alright, man. He was just unable to make it. So we're filling in for him in the meantime. Yeah, man, me know the feeling, one done. Me know the feeling, man. Trust me, man. It hurt, man. It hurt. Me know the feeling. Antonio Knight, big up. We don't lack quality players. What we lack are quality administrators and I dare say coaches. Boy, honestly, man, I can't disagree with that thought there. Can't disagree with that thought there. Paul all out, no Kevin Williams, I can't agree with that, man. Paul all out and who in? So just every time things not go away, we just like a fire coach. After every single game where things not go away. No, man, it's way too early to be talking about Paul all out. You know, I do agree that the changes might not have been the best. I don't think Paul Hall did his best, to be honest with you. But for say Paul Hall out, me not gonna take it so far. So if such man wanted Paul Hall, so why didn't he work? Leighton, that's a good question. Because whole heap of argument we used to see go on the touchline in a man. Run up the likes of coaches' decks, guys. Run up the likes. You guys know the rule. We need what? 35 likes for the link to be dropped. You guys know the rule. Run up the likes button, guys. Neo said, is it a lack of quality or a lack of prep? Where do we fall in CONCACAF in terms of value of our players? Is that indicative of quality? If so, lack of prep and bad administration plays a big role. You know, when you have such a serious case of a team grossly underperforming, right? At that point in time, I don't think of just one issue at play. I think a whole heap of issues at play now. The team is, guys, in my humble opinion, I don't know if coach share this opinion, but just to give my personal opinion on this, I think we have undoubtedly been the worst team in the CONCACAF octagonal final round of World Cup qualification. I think we have undoubtedly been the worst team. Honestly, I did a video earlier today when I said I've seen games with El Salvador. And El Salvador, even though them come out on the losing side, them still hold them own in the game. It was still a competitive game. Honduras, the same thing. Even though them, lose games and they're not in a favorable position in the table, I still see games with them where they were very competitive. Guys, on the real, how many games have we been competitive in? In my humble opinion, man, we have been straight. My hope coach no feel no way about a comment me saying this on his platform, but we have been straight garbage in this octagonal round. Straight garbage. Straight, I'm in a business who and Bex and disagree. We have been poor, man, grossly underperforming. So, I think is a whole heap of issues at play, man. A whole heap of issues at play. I think the main issue was coaching or the lack thereof, that would have landed us in this predicament from what took place previously. And then all the other stuff, man, administration, lack of preparation. I was one of them screaming about it going into the World Cup qualifiers, going into the Gold Cup, right? That the preparation, I like how the preparation I go. Jamaican Guna said, I don't think Jamaica was prepared to go to the World Cup. And I agree. Sean Dunn, no red card. What? Sean Dunn, oh, you don't think that is a red card? I not understand how people don't look. Respectfully, I know people entitled to their opinions and all opinions are welcomed on the coach's desk, but that is one done. See, one done say them, that is a red card in today's football. Right? That is a red. Damian Lowe bust a 1990s tackle. Panguadardo. That is a 90s tackle. That is not a 2022 tackle. I almost said 2021. That is not a 2022 tackle where you can do and get away with it. It was a dangerous tackle in my humble opinion, man. Yo, when we watch the replay and my watch along, I said to one of my fellow panelists, them say, yo, it coming like Damian Lowe did a try to kill Guardado. That is how hard the tackle was. And that is the impact. When you see the impact, man, trust me, man, it could have caused the follow-through, could have caused Guardado some serious problems. I agree, J-Ham said, I agree, we were not playing well. Yeah, man, we were abysmal in the first 45, man. Abysmal. Even before the red card. You know, the gaffer say he is a front press man, you know, and him want to play, him like to play on the front foot, you know, but we never see none of that in the first half. You know, I was very excited because me I say, yo, me expect to see a different Reggae Boyz, you know, man. When I expect to see a Reggae Boy team a play upon the back foot against a weakened Mexican team in our home office when we desperately need 3 points. Me expect that under the previous gaffer, man. Me not expect that under Paul Hall. Honestly, the team is just not ready for a World Cup that is ever cleaver. I hope I pronounce your name right, boss. Yo, that name there. I hope I pronounce your name right. Forgive me if I never catch your name right. But yeah, man. Boy, I don't know. It just never looked like the team ready at all, man. I don't think it was a red card, a high level, a high yellow at best. Boy, me disagree, Guna. Me disagree. Straight red. Data boss says straight red. There you go. No argument, no anything, Bridget. No argument. Straight red. I think preparation was the problem. Dre, I think a whole heap of things, man. Whole heap of things, man. High level yellow. Nia said, that's right. Jairus, big up. I agree, Guna. So Guna agree. Clinical, I agree with Guna. Initially, I thought it was a yellow. To be honest with you, initially I did think it was a yellow. But when I watched the replay, to me, anyways, personally, it was clear that it was a red card. For me, personally, it was clear it was a red card. Honestly, man. Theo Nero, big up, boss, big up. Formula, are you preparing for 2026? Let me tell you something. All we are talking about prepare for 2026, you know, man. You want a bet so when 2026 forward round. At the same foolishness going in terms of the lack of preparation. Phil Jones said, big up Formula. The walking Phil, no man, go easy no man, Phil. Go easy no man, Phil. I forgot so hard for no man, Bridget. Oh God. Yeah, man, guys, the fresh guy that telling you to stop ramp with coaches Dex likes. When I deal with coaches Dex likes, so man. How much the likes they know? 72 likes? No, man. You can do better than that, man. You don't know how to see the panelists them jump on, man. You know how to see big reasoning take place about ball game, man. A whole heap of things for discuss, you know, man. A whole heap of things for discuss. And then I know the rule already, man. 100 likes and then I get the big reasoning from the big panelists. Theo Nero said, we have been doing the same since 98. I agree. Hoping for lightning to strike again. We need that change. Maybe Bob Marley data need to take over. Theo, me agree 100%. Right now, me da give the thing to Cedella Marley for run. Right now, me da give the thing to Cedella Marley for run. Honest to God. Seen? But me agree with the lightning to strike again comment doing it because as me said, we can't keep on the eve of the tournament or during the tournament being the qualifiers. We can't just fling together a squad, and hope to get good results. It can't work like that, man. It just can't work like that. Top quality, we need players, government, corporate, Jamaica, and media on board. Only the fans fully on board with the team. And the fans could even be fully on board with the team yesterday because the stadium empty yesterday. Vloggers clawed quality into the team despite Tapa and JFF resistance. By the time they let quality, in prep time was effectively behind us. Yeah, fair point. Fair point, Neo. Fair point. Fair point. Guys, is the Reggae Boyz road to Qatar dream over? Do we really lack quality? That is the big question. Me personally, I don't think we lack the quality. I think we lack everything else. I think we lack everything else except the quality. And I think that for me personally, guys, that is the most hurtful thing about this whole damn campaign, man. Honestly, the mere fact that the quality is here, right? We look on the team and we see a team with some big ball in it. Seen? But everything else around it just now pull its weight. And it disappointing, man. It disappointing. Boy, me no know. It's a vlogger's duty and a vlogger's responsibility. Seen? To tell you guys that hope still remains. Mathematically, we are still in with a very realistic chance of getting to Qatar. So I will tell you guys that right now. Hope is still alive, guys. Hope is still alive. We can still make it to Qatar, guys. Mexicans were toying with us. If we're passing the ball like Mexican, nobody can beat us. We look out of sync. Boy, Leighton, I don't understand how. One of the things that was so evident for me personally in the game yesterday was just the intensity or the lack thereof. Right, the team, guys, and me wanna see this. Hit me up in the comment section and let me know. And me wanna see this, guys. Just the lack of intensity where the team are play with. It's like the man them out there, and it's like the man, in my humble opinion, the man them just look clueless. Right? Lack of purpose, lack of understanding of what needs to be done, and hence the team just look lackadaisical. Right? I mean, I talk specifically about when we're in possession of the ball. Right? And just so when we're in possession of the ball, the team is just very static. And everybody will look upon them one another. Everybody, like when we're in possession of the ball, everybody just stand up and I look upon them one another, completely clueless. It's like them don't know what to do. What run to make, what pass to make. It's like, boy, I don't know. Guys, this is one of the worst case scenarios I've ever seen with a team underperforming. It's one of the worst case scenarios I have ever seen from me I watch football. Leighton Griffith said, I read Leighton comments already. Blake, Low, and Alvas let we down last night. Boy, we still have a chance. Yes, Michael, it is my duty as a vlogger, right, to let you guys know that we still do have a very realistic shot of getting to Qatar, right? As I said to you, man, when I Google the Panama game, I couldn't watch it. I couldn't watch the Panama game after our game last night. I did too dejected for watching any football whatsoever. But I tell you, when I Google the Panama game, guys, and I see the result, honestly, man, I never know what to do with myself. I never gonna lie to you. I never know what to do with myself. You ever in a state yet where it's like you don't know what to do, you're just confused. I saw me did feel last night, people. When especially me did feel so after the game. But you see when me Google the Panama game and me see say Panama lose the game, people, me never know what to do with myself. And God, me never know what to do with myself. Me did just want bury my head in a sand, people. Me did just want disappear. Honest to God, man. Honest to God. Me did just confused, man. Confused. Sean Dan said, I am not against the overseas players, but Jamaica have a Premier League. JFF need to do more in Jamaica when it comes to football. You know, Sean Dan, me I go give them props, you know. I think they're trying to do more with the JPL, you know. We see an effort being made, man. We see an effort being made. You know, I will always praise the JFF for this. In recent times, we see an effort to upgrade the standard of coaching in Jamaica, upgrade the qualifications, and also upgrade the knowledge base of the coaches that we have on the rock. And I must say that is a massive, massive, massive step towards, you know, improving the overall standard of football in Jamaica. So, you know, yes, we as fans sometimes can be a little bit impatient, right? We want to see it happen overnight, especially when we have been screaming for it to happen for far too long, for so long. But it is happening. It is happening. Jiggy dancer, Watford style. Watford style. Haka on his way to Panama. God bless you with a joke you or a serious thing you talk. A joke you right? God bless you. I don't know. I presume you're joking. I presume you're joking. Listen, the truth is the core players just ain't good enough. When will we start to use the deep pool of players worldwide? This is an interesting comment. Who are the core players though? Right? Because some people that deem Alva Spoil to be a core player coming from the previous, the previous Jaffa. Me personally, not deem Alva Spoil a core player because, you know, we have couple right backs are better than Alva Spoil in my opinion. I think Javier Brown and Wizarding are better right backs. Right? So me personally wouldn't deem Alvas a core player. But I understand what you mean. You know, but classify who you mean as the core player. Because I would deem Mikel Antonio a core player. Is Mikel Antonio not good enough? Seeing, I would deem, who else I would deem? Ethan Pinnock a core player. The problem is our core players haven't really played that much for us. I think core players should strictly be on quality. You know. Guys, 87 likes we gone in a man. 13 likes to the magic 100 number. Smash the like button, guys. 13 likes to 100 likes, guys. Giovanni said, God bless you, you're joking, question mark. Boy, me have to ask him that. Boy, people, if I one ball, I don't want to see back in our side, man. And this is my opinion. This is not the opinion of Coach Minzy. But Haka right now, as me said, me rate Prime Haka and we're grateful for Haka's service over the years, man. He has been very good to us over the years. But right now, the thing kinda it in my humble opinion, it kinda move a little past Haka right now. Seeing? Sean Dan say the side that Paul are using the Peru game, I think he should try to mold them for 2026. I not agree with that during a Sean Dan. I think they should be part of the mix, but I also think that we need to look at the top players that we have in the current group, right, who are of the age to continue for another World Cup cycle, like a Ethan Pinnock, like a Bobby De Cordova-Reid. Who else? Like a Ravel Morrison, DJ and those players. And I think we also need to scout the best talents who are able to make it for the next World Cup cycle. I think we need to scout them and bring them in not 2 weeks, 1 week, or during the next World Cup qualifying cycle. Right? Bring them in and make them have a good full cycle, a good 3-4 years to play with each other. I think it should be a mixture. I think, yes, the players in the Peru game should be brought in as well, but also the ones young enough, like a Bailey as well, from this cycle. And we can continue looking overseas for some guys, by the way, there's a player by the name of Josh Laurent, plays for Reading. I think he's eligible to play for Jamaica, right? He is a midfielder, central midfielder / CDM. What do you think about him? Players like that, players like an Argoni, players like who plays for Grasshopper Zurich, players like where my boy the name again, man? We're playing at Italy, man. Javan Anderson. Is that this grace, man? Long Javan Anderson. I try to represent the Reggae Boyz. From September 2020, Javan Anderson, I try to represent the Reggae Boyz, no, Javan Anderson there, man. It's not a good look, It's not a good look. Honestly, man, it's not a good look. I know Javan Anderson there. And from 2020, Javan Anderson I try to play for Jamaica. Players that is a ton load of them, man. We just need to Lewis Baker, we need to try to bring into the fold. Quality player. Clinical say you're right, formula. It's hard to watch us play football. Very hard. Very, very, very hard. Very hard. Honestly, man, it was very difficult for me personally to watch yesterday's first half. Very disappointing. Facts very poor. From Brando. Neil Sovereign said, I agree there are a lot of issues, but we have underachieved despite the quality players in our team. Yeah, man. But it's hurtful, man. A golden generation gone to waste, man. Guys, there's still hope. There is still hope. Don't listen to me in my personal capacity. Listen to me in my vlogger capacity. There is still hope. There is still hope. God bless you would say, this is not the time for pranks, bro. At least I hope it is. Good evening, coach, and your panels. Coach, I use up some nanny nola. and coach, I don't know, somebody lick out on a coach teeth them. Boss, me not understand your boss. Somebody lick out on a coach teeth them. Oh God. Yeah, man, you can drop the link, man. Drop the link, man. We're over 100 likes, man. By the way, the Naninola joke was a joke, guys. No, we don't advocate for lightening of the skin complexion over here. Formula, how can we call him? The number is on the screen, man. Yeah, I don't think me personally can. I don't know, because I not run the stream, Right? I might be hosting it, but I'm not running it. So I don't know how practical that is, I don't know how practical that is. So guys, the link drop in the comment section, and I'm sure, coach will pin it. football is a contact sport, bro, and Low reached the ball before him. Yes, Shandan, that is a fair point. But the follow through, in my opinion, was unacceptable, man. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree. Formula, yeah, how can we call him? The number is on the screen, but I don't know how practical calling in is. Me and coach should have reason before that, before me jump on. Theo Nero said, J-Ross, you said it before, bro. People just act like I don't know what I'm talking about, bro. I've been following football for years now, especially Jamaica. All right. So, guys, I'm getting confirmation that no calling is available tonight. Yeah, that would have been very difficult to do. Very, very difficult to do. Are you going to see different when you have a goalkeeper and local players? That is not good. No, 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 Sean. Me can't fully agree with that one there, Sean. Me can't fully agree with that one there. Who that? Who that comedy central laboratory?
Comedy Central.
I'm
Brother,
joking.
you want to know say me done match it out, brother? Me done match it
Mm-hmm.
out. But guess
Mm-hmm.
what? We never held up our end of the bargain. The bargain was Costa Rica beat Panama and we beat Mexico. That was the scenario.
Yeah,
That was the scenario formula. Because what it
yeah.
would have set up is we would have been on 10 points. Costa Rica would have been on 12 points. Panama stuck on 14. Mexico on 14. So now when we are playing against Panama, we know that we are looking for the a draw for the Mexicans versus the Costa Ricans because it was there for the taking. That's the issue. It's there for the taking, but I hear a lot of persons beating the coach. But the one thing we can categorically say, sometimes it's not necessarily the coach, but the players that are at the coach's disposal. But
CC. First of all, me never even welcome you to the panel. You just jump right in. But welcome to the show tonight, boss. How much blame on a scale of I don't know from 1% to 100%? How much blame you that give the gaffer for the last night?
that's what me I tell you say the, the the blame that I could probably attribute to Paul Hall is his blunder in actually the last 10 minutes of the game, right? I just think he never actually managed the last 10 minutes of the game. The issue that I'm having with Jamaica, so the only blame I can give him, we made one substitution that we should have not made. But then if him in a squad, you have to put him. Yeah, there's a possibility him will go up on the field. You understand?
But
And
I
that,
think Wizarding should have in it though, over him,
but that's
That's
the
me
thing.
personally.
But formula, based on what Michael Ricketts said in his interview prior to us playing the game, you never heard that interview.
Me never watch it to be honest with you. I saw
There,
it,
there
but
was an interview that he was
me see it.
speaking, yeah, but he was speaking about if the window goes a certain way and based on they might for the remainder of the fixtures they might not call the overseas players and stuff. From the outset, from the make that statement, it simply meant to me that even if the coach wanted to call West Harden, the president would have said it's not in the budget. You get the president probably said you get 7 overseas players. Pick who you want. So the man said, all right, Ravel, give me Ravel, DJ, Ethan Pino, um, Bobby Reed, and then man, because Bobby Reed them in a squad long time. So they're looking to it now. They really can't call any other man. You can't go outside that. So if you put in a wizard in, they're going to say, oh, they can't afford to bring a wizard in to Jamaica. Because that is what I get from your statement. Your statement is basically telling me that if we should have gotten 12 English based players, we can only get 7. So the next 5 we can't get because of budgetary reasons. You understand? But what I want to know is why you can't fly down the man them on a flight together. Try coordinate it in such a way where the man them come down on a flight together or imagine half of the man them come down one day, the next half of the man them. I don't know the logistics part of it. The logistics part of it. Because Formula, oh, you're going to blame the coach. No, that's what I want to know. How are you going to blame
Me
the coach?
ask a question in a boss, me never say me da blame
No,
the
not
coach.
you, man. No, no. I'm saying it's a
Mm,
rhetorical state question that
yeah.
I'm saying. How are you going to blame the coach? People, a lot of persons are jumping on Paul and saying that worse and we shouldn't have gone, we should have fired the whole entire staff. And I think even the change, I think Paul is more of a democratic type of coach. A coach who will listen to his backroom staff more than the previous coach, right? And I think that was what cost him the game last night. Sometimes there's room for democracy, but then sometimes there's room for put on your foot and say, "Oh no, man, me at that change I may make." Because if you, as the coach, said that you're going to welcome stand, if you are the coach that and you're saying you're going to put on, for example, a Mariapa, and you come to me formula, and you're saying you're putting on they come to the family and say, oh, no, man, put on Albas because the right back go down. So put on a traditional right back. And I said, no, me I go with the centre half that can also play on the right. So me now, I go take the decision. It's just like the referee and the linesman, where the referee can overrule whatever decision the linesman make. So I think whatever conversation may have transpired when he went and whispered in the coach's ear, and then the player that was warming up, and then all of a sudden the coach switched and put on the other player. I think that is where you really can look at a lot of things.
So wait, boss. I guess we're going to know the other player. The other player now have a name, boss.
Alvas
Right?
foul man because Alvas was out there like when Alvas was. I wonder if two referee was on the field because Alvas basically. I don't know what Alvas was doing. I don't know. I don't know what he was doing, but I think Formula, the coach, initially never wanted to put him on the field. The coach wanted to go with three centre halves at the back and one would cover on the right. However, I think the analysis that the assistant would have given is that put on the traditional right back in direct replacement for the right back that you took off. So I think that is the case, and that's kind of what got us all, you know.
Yeah. All right. Firstly, Pagan 180. I am drinking Richos Roots drink. That is what I am drinking. Right. And the video is brought to you by Richos Roots drink. Forgot to mention that earlier on in the stream. I see Stan Cranky here, but I don't see Stan Cranky here. Uh, oh, Cranky is back. No, he's not. All right. Cranky, are you here or are you not here? Which one? Cranky, who are you speaking to? Are you speaking to us or are you speaking to someone else?
I was speaking to myself. I was on mute.
What's happening, Cranky?
That's
Welcome
what
to
happens.
the
It's a
show,
sign of
boss.
madness when you've had a difficult evening or a difficult night. That's what
Yeah.
happens.
Cranky, I me alone feel, I me alone have to drag myself out of the bed this morning, boss. I don't
I
know.
wasn't as disappointed as many. I mean, I was a little more realistic. I'll call it, given the fact that we have struggled throughout the campaign. We only had one win. I mean, I was disappointed we lost, and I was hoping that we'd hold on after being one love up for 80 minutes, and then seem to just collapse in the last in 2 minutes in a 2 minute or 2 minute 3 minute span. We lost the game, which is very disappointing. And I heard you asking the question as to, well, who is to blame? I'd probably say more of who is accountable and how do we change direction of travel because we're not going in the right direction. From where I sit, I think it's a little bit unrealistic to think that we can still qualify. I know it's mathematically possible, but I deal in probabilities, not possibilities. I believe in the glass. I go both ways, glass half empty or glass half full. I think right now I'm looking at the glass half empty because it looks very empty. And every game you play it gets more empty. So it's not a good look. It's not a good look. And people are
Yeah.
blaming the coach and they're blaming the players
Yeah.
and they're
Yeah.
blaming a lot of different people.
Yeah.
There is time for post-mortem and to assess what exactly transpired. My hope is we're not making Qatar. And I know people don't want to hear this sometimes. They want to hold on to that last
Guys,
semblance
don't
of
listen to
hope.
the
And
negative Stan Cranky. There is still hope.
no, there's the realistic Stan Kroenke. Now, I don't want to, make people feel like they should be hopeful. You should be hopeful in life. You should always be hopeful. But I'm a realist, and we have not played well throughout the campaign. And I keep saying, last night Neo and I had this big debate along with Devin around what's the root cause of all of this, and I still focus on quality because even when you have a poor administration, sometimes you have a good product. That product can be very profitable. That product can get you to where you need to go, even with sometimes bad management. I think management is the most important thing, frankly, in any organization, any company. But management helps you to develop a good product. But the product we put on the field is not at the level it needs to be to get us where we need to get to. And until we realize that, then we're going to struggle. I understand the whole thing about harmonization, people working together, collating, the whole concept of us operating as a team, building chemistry. I understand all of that. But I've seen most national teams nowadays are put together team. Yes, some may come up to the junior teams, but it's a put together team, right? England is a collection of players who play for different teams. I mean, Formula gonna have this look in his face because we have this debate Formula. What are you talking about? Brazil, all Brazilian players play all over the world, and they bring them all back to go play Copa America. So is Argentina. So is Europe. Most of those top South American teams, it's a collection of good players.
I think what happened, Cranky, that spoiled a lot of persons was that Spain team. It's that Spanish team
Fair
that
point.
that had practically 8 Barcelona starting players, and they were starting for Spain, and then you had like 3 Real Madrid players, if I'm not wrong, at the point in time we're starting. So you had 3 Real Madrid starters plus 8 Barcelona starters. I think that kind of spoiled a lot of persons into thinking that's the way a lot of national teams are.
It set the bar. It set the bar very high.
But
That's a good point.
But I think what if you realize with even in England team hasn't been doing well until England's is now a combination of many other teams. When England used to be like dominated by like a Manchester United and these other squads, it's not like they were doing that well internationally. But you realize they have been to the Euro final, they have been to the World Cup semi final, and they have had players from the top of the league, the middle of the league, and down in the bottom. If you really count it in the league, normally England doesn't really look at, for example, a Southampton, a Leeds. Leeds is just back in the league, and you have a player from Leeds who is playing for England. At the position that Leeds is in the table, England never normally look at a team at that level and bring a player from that team. Like the guy who, if England, all right, look at it like this. In the past, Calvin Phillips would have played for Jamaica instead of England. If you really look at it, a Calvin Phillips would have not been looked at by England.
I understand your point. I understand your point. But my thing is that Calvin Phillips is indeed one of the best CDMs available to England right now.
Yes, but remember, depends on where you're playing and which
Fair.
position your team is in. You could have
Fair.
been the best CDM, but you're not playing at an Arsenal, Manchester United, Liverpool. You understand? So
DC, you know what I think would happen though? I think the media would put pressure on both Leeds and Calvin Phillips to leave and get him into a top 6 club, and then you'd see him feature.
exactly. But even France won the World Cup recently. How many French players that were playing actually play in the French league? that won the World Cup. Many of the guys, they were playing all over the world because what the coach tells you is to get first team football. Once you're playing first team football, you will be eligible for selection.
So thanks for making my point. I appreciate it. I didn't have to say much. Thanks for making my point. So what are we talking about now? I'm glad. Thanks, DC. I appreciate it.
Frankie, I don't agree with you to a certain extent, doing that because
you were listening to CC. you just ignored what CC said a while ago.
I understand where you guys are coming from, you know.
How many local Brazilian players are in the Brazilian team?
No, and that is fair. That is true. But
how many local Argentinian players are in the Argentina team?
But CONCACAF.
How many local Belgian players in the Belgian team?
Cranky.
No. Just answer the question. How many local Belgian players in the Belgian team?
I'm trying to answer the question. I'm not answering it in the way you want me to.
Answer it.
What I'm saying is that, for starters, there are right now, off the top of my head, 2 teams in CONCACAF that have large number of their players play football in their respective countries. And that is Panama and El Salvador. And that has always been the case. 1, 2. The moral of the story is that a lot of these teams, the core has been playing together for a very long time.
You know why those players are playing in those countries? Take Mexico out of the equation, because they have a very good league. Because them can't play nowhere else. They don't have the quality to play anywhere else. Most of them.
Yeah, but Cranky, they are.
But Formula, you're missing the point again, Formula. You're missing the point again.
They're running over us in our own backyard.
No, the Panama is a little bit different. We have never been Panama in a World Cup qualifier, ever, in our history. We played them about 19 times in total. We've only beaten them about 3 times. We've never beaten them in a World Cup qualifier. So that's not unique, right? That's not unique. That's not an aberration. That's not unique. That's not the point is around this, which is in today's football, given the mobility of players who are trying to generate income for their profession, they're going to play someplace other than their home country. If their home country doesn't have a league like Mexico, which can compensate them, give them the level they play at. That's a fact. So in Europe, for example, a lot of players who are not Italians, not Spanish, not German, and not English play across Europe. It's a fact. They even play outside of Europe sometimes. Now, is that the rationale we're saying because we don't have the collectivity, we don't have the chemistry, we don't have people playing together? Is that the reason why? We're exporting players. When people talk about local versus overseas, I laugh nowadays because most of the Jamaican players you see on the field yesterday played overseas. How many played locally? How many of the ones who started play locally?
None.
Exactly. They all overseas.
None of the players in the team, Cranky, play locally.
Huh?
None of the players in the team play locally, the entire squad.
But that's the point I'm making.
No.
Except Night.
No, in the team yesterday. In the team, not the squad, the team.
Yeah.
The starting team didn't have any locally based players. So when you start talking about overseas players, be very careful with that term because all the players are now playing overseas. And in fact, they're much more disparate. They're not even playing against each other. They're playing in a myriad of different countries. Some play against each other in the USL, but a lot plays in different places across the world.
But Cranky, I am not. I think we're confused. Sorry, CC. Don't forget your point.
Yeah, man.
I am not saying that. I'm not advocating for our players should be locally based. That's not what I am saying. You know, what I'm saying is that you don't have to have the national team being locally based for us to have the national team playing a number of games together. The core. A large majority of the team playing a number of games together in the build-up to a major tournament. Look at the US team, for instance. Players like Pulisic, McKennie, Adams, right? These players were playing together for a while. Yes, the likes of Dest and Musa came along and were dropped into it. But most of the core was already there for a good while, playing a number of games together in a certain system.
I think in today's environment, I actually feel a bit differently. If your players are available to play a lot of games, that means they're not playing in a Premier League someplace. Because if you're playing for here's a rationale. You're playing for an excellent team in an excellent league, they're not releasing you to play friendlies. So how much games do the Brazil team plays, the Belgium team in terms of friendlies, outside of the major tournament they play? Because their players play in the top leagues, and clubs only have an obligation to release those players in certain windows.
remember to understand,
Yeah.
Brazil's team, right? Even Brazil, prior to when Brazil hosted the World Cup, and then they hosted a group of tournaments, Brazil wasn't playing at home. What Brazil had to do
Yeah.
is actually, for example, the European players, they had to play at Old Trafford or they play at some stadium in Europe. So
Well,
because majority of the
why they did that? Here's what guys are missing. So you raise a brilliant point. You know why they did that? Why they did that?
I know that I don't know exactly the reason, but I know that they have a deal with and based on
Because
what
they
he
bring
said.
the team to where the players were.
Oh
You
yeah,
guys realize that? They brought the team to where the players were, where they're playing. They don't have to do a long travel. All of them are, almost all of them are in Europe. Very few are in Brazil. They could fly over a few if they needed to. They brought the players to where now us are much more distributed, right? We have much more players distributed. We don't have the concentration. We have people in the US, mainly the US and in England, but they're very distributed. Nicholson, McGee, pretty close to where the UK is, but it's a little more distributed in terms of a significant
yeah.
amount here in North America, Caribbean, significant amount in the UK if we utilize UK born or UK based players, right? But we have to figure out how we marry that, which is do we go there sometimes and do they come here sometimes to
Yeah,
allow that to happen without them needing to fly all the time just to come here.
because you very rarely would see a Neymar playing a friendly game. Normally, when Neymar is playing friendly for Brazil, Brazil actually plays in Europe, those friendlies. The friendly games that he will play for Brazil, they are playing in Europe. Because normally when Neymar is playing for Brazil, it's a competitive game. Whether it be a Copa America or is he playing World Cup qualifying, that's when he actually goes to Brazil. If you realize if I when they have a tournament. So as I said, Stan, I think that is where we need to. That's why I said that we should try to get a core set of players into Europe, and if needs be, we try to stage some games in Europe and pick the players right there. Because at the end of
Well,
the day,
Formula and CC, I think Formula mentioned this at the inception of the program around, asking the question about blame. Well, you got to start somewhere, right? Somebody runs the program. Who runs the program? How do they run the program? When you look at teams that don't do well, like an Everton, it goes to the owner, it goes to the administration, trickle down to the players, and trickle down to the fans, right? And if your head doesn't work really well, if it's poor at the top, then more often than not, even though you may even have decent players, it's going to be poor all around. So if you fix the administration, you fix the product on the field, you determine where to generate resources, you'll do okay. Right now, we're not in a good place right now. Holistically,
yeah.
we're not in a good place,
I
and I have
saw,
no idea where we're going.
by the way, CC wanted to say something. What was the comment I asked you to hold on
Oh,
to?
which one in the earlier? Might
Oh,
have
yeah.
forgotten.
You should have write it down in your brain,
Yeah,
boss.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
I saw, all right, before we get to that comment, on this whole issue of the players not playing enough together, right? I just think that all the other teams in perfect example. All right, so you have the Mexicans who have, their core players have been playing for a long time. The Costa Ricans, their core players have been playing together for a long time, right? When I'm talking core players, I mean their best players because of so we have a version of core players out here that I don't know if they're necessarily our best players. What some of us might deem to be core players, but when I say core players, the best players. So Mexico's best players have been playing together for quite a number of years. The US, you know, Panama, El Salvador, a number of the teams in the current round, they look like well-oiled, well-drilled machines because it's like they just know, it's like they know each other and they know the system inside out.
We're
Our team
comparing
just
apples and oranges. We've said this hundreds of times. No team,
Mhm.
maybe globally, have the amount of resources we have outside the country. You mentioned El Salvador. They only have a certain amount of players to pull from, They don't have a pool of players situated someplace across the globe they can go pull from or ask to come join them. They don't have that
Yeah, but
luxury.
Cranky, why we don't properly recruit these players and stop
Well,
waiting
it
for
goes
the
back to the
last
administration,
minute?
doesn't it? It goes back to the administration. That's what we just talked about. It goes back to the
Fair.
administration. you don't know what you're doing, you're going to end up where we are, which is can't figure out the best 23, can't figure out the best 30, can't figure out who's going to join us and who's not going to join us. We just have a poor administration. You get what you get if you don't understand yourself, if you're not aware of your deficiencies, if you don't try to correct them and enhance them, you end up where we are, which is we all here perturbed about the outcome and we should have beaten the Mexicans. Frankly, guys, when you watch the game, it's amazing we were 1-0 at the 88th minute. Like, it was men against boys. 20%, we said we got 25% possession. I'm wondering how. I don't know where we get 25%. Wait, the ball touch you in its possession, and then they keep the clock running if it's close to you? Like, when did we have 25% possession in the game? All I saw were the Mexicans coming towards us. We kick it back to them, and they come towards us, and we kick it back to them, and they come towards. Where did we have quality possession?
I think this, as Cygnus Media mentioned, this is what I was about to say. You see this. You see the COVID gave Jamaica the best gift ever. You know what that is? Qualification into the final round without doing nothing. More than probably finishing up in the top 50, being like the number 5th team in terms of CONCACAF region. Canada had to actually play their way into the final.
Solid points, CC. Solid.
Panama had to play their way into the final 8. Where's Canada? Canada is number 1. Number 1. Panama is in front of us. All the teams that had to work and get in there.
CC, you hit the nail on the head. That's a very good point, my boss. Continue.
Because if they had to, all right, remember, our World Cup qualifying campaign actually started after the Gold Cup. Canada's World Cup qualifying campaign has been ongoing because they had to be playing the preliminary rounds and playing the playoff games coming up to lead because there was only 3 spots left. Canada, Panama, and El Salvador were the teams that got those spots. And if you realize, Canada is actually ahead of us. Canada is actually ahead of us at number 1. Basically, Canada has not lost a game. None at all. So anybody can think about Canada losing, can take that out of their head. The team is unbeaten. Basically, Canada is Cranky will love this analogy, the Arsenal of the group. Undefeated.
The Invincibles.
But anybody thinking that Canada is going to lose, Canada is not losing a game in this qualification. Because there's no Canada's strategy is basically this.
Yeah, Canada have a lot of Jamaicans on their team,
Yeah, win everything at home. Look at Canada.
Yeah,
strategy.
quite a bit.
Canada's strategy is win at home, get a result on the road.
Yes, spot on.
I said it before. 3-7 times. Look at it. 3 sevens is 21 points. Your home is 21 points. You can lose everything on the road and qualify for the World Cup. Just win your game at home. That's all you need to do.
CC, we're not winning anything at home.
No, I understand what I'm saying to you. The strategy should have been win the game at home and get a result on the road. Whatever the result is in your favor. That's why I tell people all the while, I rather to lose and win than to win and draw, than to draw and lose. Because if Jamaica had won 4 out of the 5 games and lost the 5, 3 4s is 12, and you lose 5. You lose more than you lost now, but you lost everything outside and you win 4. How many home games does we play? We have played Canada at home, Panama at home, Mexico at home. That's 3 home games we played.
Canada, the US,
and the
Panama,
US.
Mexico, 4
home games. You see that what I'm saying? Win those 4 home games.
You're so desperate to forget the Panama game, boss. It's true. It's 4 home games, not 3.
So out of 12 points, we took 2 points. You know what would have been better? We took 6 points. We can't draw is out of the card at home. 6. We have to either win the match or lose the match. This draw thing like we are artists not going to work. Win or lose. That's the way. That's why I said.
And look, we did beat the US.
No,
we did beat the US. That's not disputable.
Cranky, we never beat them, Cranky.
We beat the US. That's not disputable.
Cranky, But even in that game, it was our best performance. And honestly, it's embarrassing for us to say that that is our best performance in the qualifiers so far.
No,
Because
but we scored 2 goals. They scored 1.
one goal off a set piece. How many goals can
We
we
scored
score
2 goals.
from
They
a set
scored
piece?
1. We
All
scored 2
right.
and they scored 1.
Crankies that makes you sleep better at night, then hold on
Look,
to that.
Formula, we all know that we have been outpossessed in every single game that we have played. And in some games, it's worse than others. And I keep telling people, I'm saying it's quality, quality, quality. I get a lot of beating saying it's not quality. We have the quality players. We have some quality players, but quality is not about, well, can I play football really well? Quality in this context is about the opposition and how well do I match up with the opposition. We have matched up well for most teams. Even the Honduras team game, we struggled, frankly. They were running Mariapa ragged on the right side. We got lucky because they couldn't shoot. I have no, they hit the bar how many times? So
They
it's not
were
like we
poor.
dominated any team in the
Yeah.
entire qualifiers.
They were
And
poor in
we
the
do have
final third and
players that we can actually source to enhance what we do. We just don't want to make certain decisions. Paul Hall has bought into this narrative about needing to staff the team with certain locally developed players. He's bought into the narrative. And it's going to be his downfall. Unless he can get those players to play at a certain level, it's going to be his downfall. You can't continue what was there before because what was there before wasn't working.
wasn't working.
You have to change it. And he just seemed to be doing that. So last night he made certain decisions. It just was reflective of what we have seen in the past. I think Paul Hall and the JFF should watch much more YouTubers than listen to themselves. Because the YouTubers seem to have a good idea of what works and what doesn't work. And this whole concept of these YouTubers don't know anything about football and they're the kings of football, it's not reflected that way. It's not showing them up well at all. I think the YouTubers know, when I listen to the YouTubers, they all have a good sense. And almost consensus about what good looks like. I don't know if the JFF knows or Paul Hall knows for that matter. And I hate to be calling him out, but certain players he play or is taking with him on trips that we all agree should not be in the squad at all, much less be in the 23 is ridiculous.
But
And the people who are on YouTube, because I know a number of them who have told me that they actually watch these programs, actually are footballers. Very good footballers who I know have played for Jamaica or around the national team or playing clubs here or abroad. They actually are people who understand football and are smart enough to understand what works and what doesn't work. So this idea like I have a monopoly on intellect and football knowledge and I've been through the process and I've got my coaching badges. I think that's a very narrow way of thinking because that's why companies source customers for ideas. Tell me what worked, what didn't work. Because nobody has all the answers. Nobody have answers for everything. Information can be gained and generated from different places. You take it in, you assess it, you collate it, it informs you about what may work, what doesn't work. You figure out what you want to take, leverage, and deploy. You don't say, you know what, they don't know what they're talking about. It makes no sense to me. I watch these players, I know them. No, we have been watching these players for years. We know who can play, who can't play.
That's what I think a lot of times. So, as I said, Cranky, as you alluded to, a lot of the programs when you look, numerous footballers are watching the program. Persons who have played at various levels, whether they had played in the overseas, whether they played locally. And I know that if they really listen to the program and they say certain things, there's no way. For example, Alva Sport, after the campaign, the lion's share of the goals have been from his side of the field. So number one, this player cannot work out. The commentator said it. If you heard what the commentator said when he was coming on the field. So the fact that the commentator could have mentioned that. So are you going to turn around and we have a game against Panama and actually look at this player and say, come on, he cannot do the job that is required.
We must so look, I promised myself I'm gonna manage how I'm gonna use the word wrongly, but beat players. I don't like to beat players anymore. I'm changing my narrative around that. But I'll say this. We look, people not only watch local football, they watch global football. They watch different leagues. They see strategy, they see players, they can analyze nowadays. They have stats, they have information to tell them what works and what doesn't work. And everybody can read, everybody can digest, and everybody can develop critical thinking, right? They see this information, they know, they understand it. Even on a football player, after a while, some of those people almost become expert. If you spend enough time doing something, you should learn something from it, right? And so we all can see, both based on the stats and optically, what's in front of us. And we can tell which players play well. We can tell which players going to get a red card at some point in time. So they might have time. We can tell which players have the stamina to run and can't run, who can get by a player, who understand the awareness on the field, defensive shot. We can tell all these players and their capabilities. We see them, we assess them. And frankly, these people in YouTube, they spend so much time, like just truly, by the way, looking at football. That's all they eat, drink, and sleep 24/7. So after a while, you must get good at it. If you're not really thinking, then and you're not really interested in it, you'll get good at it. So I understand Paul Hall is an expert. I understand he's played the game at a high level. I understand he got his coach's badges. But he doesn't have a monopoly on intellect in football. He just doesn't. Neither does Ricketts, neither does Reed, neither does Speed. None of them do. And so they should listen to others. Doesn't mean you have to follow what they say, but at least assess what they're saying. Does it make sense? And allow that to help them make decisions. Because right now, we're not impressed with what they're doing.
But, Cranky, I was doing my watch along last night, and I was personally saying on my watch along, when I saw Alvas Powell being readied on the touchline, I was saying, honestly, I would put on Bobby D card over Reed to replace Javian Brown before I put on Alvas Powell. Because we were literally on the watch along, CC and Cranky, saying that we know what is about to happen. We were on there saying we see it coming. This player is going to dash away this game.
So here's the question, CC. So you and Formula. You and CC been talking about chemistry, camaraderie, coach observing players. Why wasn't Alvas playing against Peru?
What
He was
hold
not
on, hold on, Mr. Stan. You just hit a point that I was going about. I had this point formulated. Alvas Powell was available, but he was not selected for the Peru game. He has not played the Peru game. Why is it that he's in the World Cup game? Something is amiss in terms of player selection and players that are being selected for the squad. Something is amiss, Cranky, because if you are available and are not playing any football, we did not hear anything. It's not like the Burke situation that we heard. It's not like the Nicholson situation. It's not like the Blake situation. It's not like any other situation. We did not hear anything at all.
Yeah.
And Mark, this is a player that said he was done with Jamaica. Take off him gears and fling them down.
So why did he stick to it? We'd have been very pleased with that decision.
No, but it's not.
We would have welcomed that decision.
It was the federation who brought player back.
No, but we would have welcomed Alvas. Please stick with your decision. Don't change your mind, Alvas. It's not a good look.
I'm just trying to show you.
One second, though, guys. Let me just read out the super chat quickly. Neo Sovereign, big up for the $5. Check out www.bestofscience.com. Floating idea of purchasing a 20 by 20 fan flag that can be displayed in the stadium at home or abroad. All right. Go through CC.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, see another one here. $4.99 Tennessee.
All right, remember reading that one here quick and fast. Tennessee, big up, boss, big up. Thanks for the super chat, much appreciated. People see now why I was saying Hector is better than Speedy. Speedy is scared on the ball. He give it to the first person he sees. Got you, CC.
Look, I used to beat Hector, but I didn't watch. I've said this a number of times. I watched Hector up close and personal. I thought Hector was playing well when he played in Florida. I thought he played well. I didn't think he was a bad player in Florida. Now, we're not rating Hector and say he's the best in sliced bread, but I don't think he was worse than any other player in Florida, frankly. It was better than Blake. I mean, not Blake, Bailey. It was much better than Bailey. We played Bailey to the point. It was 10 times better than Bailey in Florida.
Listen, Frankie, it's coming like what they would say. I think Alvas is making the team basically based off some JFF official and so. I just think that it's not the coach who wanted this player in the
allegedly.
team. Allegedly.
No, the coach picked his team. No, my understanding is that the coach picked the 23. The coach is giving them a group of players we're not gonna absolve Paul Hall from picking Alvarez.
I'm not
If Paul Hall, if
absolved.
you can't pick a team, leave the job. If you can't pick your 11, leave the job.
But nobody can pick the 11, you know, see?
But if you can't
But
pick 11, why
CC
you want the job then?
CC,
You're the
Paul Hall
coach.
don't strike me as the type of person that would stand for that kind of foolishness.
No, man,
Of other
aware.
people picking his
Aware,
11.
No, Paul Hall
Not
picked
11, the
he's
23.
accountable. No. You're the face of the organization. You're the one doing most of the press conferences. You said you have the autonomy to pick your team. Pick your team. You picked your team. We saw the team. You had a change to make. You had Mariap on the bench. I know he's flown halfway across the world, but it was only 10 minutes. Experienced player, thoughtful player, has played well when he was in the team, playing for a team over in Australia.
People are going to be
You
able
had,
to
wait,
say
wait.
this.
How well has Albers played for the entire season?
He hasn't played.
Okay.
That's why I said to you, say, Cranky. One thing I can say is if it is up to me, JFF coach the team.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna beat Al just only Albers. I'm gonna beat the way we played. I'm sorry. You're at home. You look lost at home.
But
People like Ravel was just as bad as Albers. Ravel was awful.
Yeah,
I'm a Ravel supporter.
Ravel was not awful. Ravel was non-existent. There's
No,
a difference.
no man.
That's probably that's fair.
Ravel was non-existent.
I think Ravel was actually the holding midfielder. Ravel was the one making the tackles, you know. Speedy was high.
No, Ravel was like a young coach. You know, young coach who run around without a head. I have no idea what they're doing. Just running around lost.
Thank you,
That was
Cranky.
Ravel.
Thank you,
Lost.
Cranky.
In a big wide open space and just running around from side to side. And when he got the ball, he miscontrolled it all the time. That's not Ravel we know.
Yeah.
Miscontrol is part of who he is.
If we don't qualify for this World Cup, the other World Cup won't be that special because it's 48 teams.
Exactly.
So it's basically like
Every
anybody
World Cup
can
is
get
special.
it.
I'm sorry, CC.
No,
Every World Cup is special.
No, Cranky, I agree with CC. If it won't feel as special because then for starters, look how many teams from CONCACAF get an
The one thing I
automatic
won't complain
tournament.
about.
What was the World Cup number in the early 70s, late 60s? How many teams played in the World Cup?
It depends on which period they're saying.
I don't remember.
Okay, it wasn't 32. That's for sure.
No, it
It
wasn't.
wasn't even 25. It wasn't even
32.
24.
32
No,
was
but
98.
Cranky, think about it though, Cranky. One, has the size of the next tournament officially been increased?
Yeah, man, it increased.
Oh, so it will be 48.
Yeah, man, it's official.
So if that is the case, 1 and 2, 3 teams from CONCACAF get an automatic berth.
CONCACAF, what CONCACAF gets, CONCACAF will get the same 3 spot plus the playoff spot. So CONCACAF
Yeah, and then remember, CC, the hosts are 3 CONCACAF teams. That's what I'm saying. So
because CONCACAF gets 6
tournament
spots.
there,
CONCACAF gets 6 spots.
literally, that is what is going to happen.
No, that is how it's set up. Even if they weren't the host, CONCACAF gets 6 spots.
Oh,
Plus
there you go.
So the final round would have been much bigger.
There you go.
CONCACAF gets 6 spots, man.
Me no know. It's not going to feel as special to me personally.
I think I saying it's not going to feel as special. We probably warm up to it. You know why? If you look at it, and then Jamaica maybe can chart this one as history. The World Cup was 24 teams in 94. And by virtue of expanding the World Cup, Jamaica made the World Cup in 1998. Right? Because prior to that, we wouldn't have made the World Cup. So when it expanded in 1998, an additional spot was awarded to CONCACAF, from which we qualified by placing third.
So you guys are saying the World Cup won't be special because 48 teams. There were 16 teams in the 1970 World Cup.
That's
16.
No, let me explain.
No. See, no. So that means the World Cup now is not good because we doubled it.
No.
1970,
Let me explain, Cranky. You know, when something is, you appreciate something even more when you feel like you have earned it, right? It's gonna feel a little less special for me personally because it is going to be so much easier to qualify for that tournament.
Really? It will be? Really?
It should be.
So we have Costa Rica, we have Honduras, we have Panama, we have all these teams that the Surinamers of the world are going to do by recruiting, and we think it's going to be easy. Have we shown that we could? Where are we in the league right now? Are we in 5th position?
By the way, CC touched on a point earlier, that I really wanted to, highlight, so to speak. Because that point about COVID actually doing us a favor, is a big point, Because I don't think we would have finished in the top 5 with more. If it wasn't for COVID, we'd more than likely have had to have gone through the playoffs, And I don't think we would have make it,
Yeah,
Everybody would have gone
we
through
have
the
to improve the
playoffs.
program to really compete. To really compete consistently and compete well, we have to improve the program at all levels, every component of it. We
Because
really have to
because
improve the program.
because look at it, Stan. Everyone is beating the team, and the basis of us qualifying for the final round. But they're not looking at it like this, right? This is where the farmer coach probably get his praise. He won enough games to keep us in the top 50, to keep us in the top 5 in CONCACAF. Because of the COVID pandemic and the constrained the fixtures, the congested fixtures, they had to change the format and automatically qualify the top 5 teams. So it's not a round where we would have qualified normally. And that the next thing about it, formula, it wouldn't have been 8 teams. It would have been 6 teams. So it would have been an X instead of an octagonal round. It would have been an X because it's because of COVID and the constraint and the fixtures. They had to just say, all right, we are giving 2 more teams the opportunity to have a go. So there's a whole lot of factors. That's why I tell people that this qualification campaign is totally different from every other qualification campaign between 98 coming up. Because number one, it's more teams than ever before in the final round. It's less time between games, and if you really look at it, bro, it is just the administrative woes that we have gone through, and persons coming and saying that, oh, we have money for do this, do that, and then certain errors that you are making, having certain type of press conferences before a game and saying certain stuff in the media, like, and then talking about the coach. I don't respect it, formula. If I hire you to do a job, I can't come into place and say, oh, me give formula X, Y, Z. After I release formula, then I can discuss that. But at no point in time should I be discussing what I have done for formula when formula is still in the job. Basically, I'm actually separating myself just in case any blame is being attributable to the entity, and that is what I think JFF has done to the former coach. And I think they started out this window distancing themselves from the new coach.
See, that is the lifting up part of the whole throwing under the bus scenario. That is the first part of that whole scenario. So that was it, them lifting him up to throw him under the bus.
No, the primary party responsible for the World Cup failure, when we fail, because we haven't failed yet, is the JFF. It's not disputable.
Yeah,
You
but
think
they,
so?
but they
Yeah,
separated themselves.
the primary party responsible is the JFF.
I disagree. I think they're a major part to blame. I wouldn't say the primary. 1 second, guys.
No,
1 second. 1 second.
Who's the
Let me
primary?
just remember read the super chat, na cranky.
Then read them content with
Let me
primary.
read the super chat. CC is a madman. What is he talking about? Won't be
Listen,
special.
hold on,
No, he
hold
said
on.
formula and CC. He said
Formula,
formula
so-
and CC.
Okay.
When last we have calling right. So Tennessee taking some shots at CC there. Go ahead, cranky.
No, I said the JFF are primary responsible. Who do you think is primary responsible and accountable for us failing to qualify if we don't qualify?
I think Tapper. By the way,
Who elected Tapper? Who elected Tapper?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I get the point. No, I get the point.
Always
It's
go
a
find the
fair
root cause,
point.
CC. Find the root cause.
Yeah,
Who's
but
primary responsible?
no, cranky, you're not gonna get to that one.
Okay, go ahead.
Alright.
Go ahead.
But Cranky, something that he actually said the primary responsible party was JFF, but he just used another word. He would say they're a major part, but they're not. Major mean primary basically in this context.
No,
This
I think they're
JFF
major, but not the main.
What's the main? So okay. Here's a question. This is funny. Who sourced the coach? Who sourced the coach? I'm following up.
The JFF, but to
Wait,
be fair to
stop.
them, if they're to
Who
be their
Who
word,
sourced the players? Who sourced the players?
the JFF.
Okay, stop. Who generate the revenues? Who determine the resources we have? Who generate those revenues? Who's responsible to get the revenues? You seem to have a consistent thing about this JFF body of JFF. Yeah. It seems to be a consistent thing from you, Formula.
Hold on.
I don't want to go buy the food, prepare the food, or get the chef to prepare the food. They're saying it's a chef only, and I select a bad chef to go cook the food. You say blame the chef. So I selected it. No.
Don't get me wrong,
Bless up Dre anyway.
Yeah, man. Big up Dre. Cranky, I'm not saying. I think the JFF is second to blame for sure. I think this campaign could have gone a lot better. Facts, may not dispute that, right? I just think that Tapper got enough where if he had the quality, he could have pulled it off.
By the way, Formula, you let me laugh my head off. So Formula, if I select Formula to do something, and I know I'm thoughtful enough that Formula doesn't have the quality, why do I keep Formula? I should know if Formula have the quality or not.
No, but
I have no evidence.
Cranky,
I have no evidence to say whether it has the quality or not.
Cranky, to be fair, the new administration was not in for too long. If memory serves me right.
There's nothing new about the administration. They've been there for a while.
That's a fair point, yes. But it was new leadership in terms of the shots were being called by a different individual, right?
When what are you talking about? When? What's the timeline you're talking about? What timeline?
In terms of when Tapper was hired as the coach.
Tapper's been in the program since 2009.
No, I mean this thing.
No, but he's been part of the program since 2009. He's a body of work.
Cranky, don't do that, Cranky. I mean this particular stint, Cranky, that just ended for Tapper. Now, what I'm saying is that their argument, if they're to be taken at their word, their argument is that they did not have the resources. Remember, they were offering $100 a day. That's what, $3,000 US. We're gonna find a half decent coach with $3,000 US per month, right?
So I agree that they inherited Schaefer, yes, and I agree that they almost by default had to take a coach who would be acceptable to the compensation that he received, which we know is not reflective of a coach for a national team, maybe any national team, yes. But they didn't have to select that coach. So how can they afford Paul Hall now? In COVID time, how can they afford Paul Hall in this time?
We are wondering. Oh, but this is the problem.
No, CC, not you. The Formula. How can they afford Paul Hall at this point in time? I'm confused.
Hold on. I cannot speak to whether or not they were being upfront when they said that was all they could afford at the time. We have to take them at their word. Now, what I am saying is that, they said this is what they could afford. They got Theodore Tapper Whitmore. Now, to be fair, opinions at that point in time for quite a long time was split on Tapper, because even though the football was not the most attractive, right? We were rising in the rankings. We did do things like go to a Gold Cup final and all of those sort of stuff. And then for an extended period, we weren't playing because of the whole COVID scenario.
Superman, good night. Or Madam Steel.
Yo,
Brian, big up.
Yo, bless up, Cranky.
Bless up.
CC, Formula, comment section. Yo, Formula, you fight a losing battle. I try to defend them, Jason, brother.
Boss, me nah say them nothing, boss. Me say they are second on the list to take blame. I agree with that. But
so who's
don't
first?
get me wrong, Can I just say this, Brian? I'm not saying the situation was ideal, I'm not saying they presented the coach in an ideal situation. I'm saying that I personally think Tapper got enough, just enough where if he had the quality, he could make it work. That's all I'm saying. Go through, Brian.
Yeah, but me ask you, who is first to be blamed? Because you said they are second, so who is first to be blamed?
Tapper.
Oh, the
I
coach.
blame Tapper first.
But I kind of subscribe to Cranky's idea still, given that the JFF are the ones who hire him, and because Formula ultimately, if you are in a business, and you have poor staff, yeah, people are complaining to them and get poor service, but ultimately, the buck will stop with you as the boss, So you can't employ an incompetent person
And when they perform incompetent, you say, yo, and I mean, the person who me employ. That kind of not spell well. If you get what me assist to.
JFF is at listen, I saw a team World Cup qualifying campaign that is going on, right? I saw a team that was struggling in the Netherlands. A Netherlands team that was struggling with Frank de Boer. This man looked like he was never supposed to be anywhere near coaching a team. You know what Netherlands did? Early out, Netherlands said, you know what, we're getting rid of this coach, and went for Louis Van Gaal. Lo and behold, a lot of persons would have said Louis Van Gaal is out in the wilderness, and you would draft back for that coach. You know where Netherlands is going to now? 2026, the place. 2022, I said December, November, the place that we all want to go, Qatar. This team has qualified for the World Cup based on the administration making a decision, taking a decision to get rid of somebody that they thought was never fit for the job in the very beginning. I cannot blame COVID because, as I said, Mr. Preston, COVID gave we a gift. The gift of being in the final round for the first time since 2000. And I think we did it where we were in the 2014. But even so, COVID did something for us that we probably would have never done for ourselves. And that is to qualify for the octagonal round. So number one, that is was the doing of COVID and the restructuring of the fixtures. Number two, the government of JA that is number two should be JFF administration. Number three is TAPA. Number four is JFF. Is the government in terms of, and then the players is number five. But I'm telling you, brother, that's the number one. COVID is not on the list because COVID.
It makes sense that the coach is suing the JFF to say he won 1 of 8 games, but he was making progress. I have never heard that. I won 1 of 8 games, but I was making progress. Can you see the progress? It was great progress I was making. 1 of 8. You take an exam and you got 1 right. You probably have some half points for a couple more.
Yo, CC, about the COVID and the restructuring. I think we would have met the final round if COVID never come into play, you know. Based on where we were in the standings and the Nations League performance, we would have still in another round here, regardless.
What is it? Would have still been in which round?
In the final 6, we would have still in the final 6 regardless.
Top five would have did make it automatically.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but with the 5,
you think we'd have in the top 5 rankings if it wasn't for COVID?
COVID. COVID make we in the top 5, man.
Them do the restructure. Them do some restructuring of the.
And then them are the 8 teams.
Listen. Should focus on going forward. So, what are you guys' thoughts on Panama? Us. I'm laughing. Good. What are you guys' thoughts on how?
Hold on.
It's been a game on Sunday.
Let me address Rob Smith as saying that I am wrong because it extended the road from 5 to 8. It was never 5 teams, Rob Smith. So you're writing foolishness in the comment. 5 is a pentagon. 6 is an X. It was normally called the X round, with 6 teams, 10 games. Now it's 8 teams, 14 games. And I'm saying to you that what COVID did was give us an automatic spot in the round.
No, but see, Simon explain it there. But the Nation League.
Put up Simon comment.
He must say if, yeah, man, I think it's something along the line there regarding the qualification because we qualify for the A section of Nations League or something like that. I think Canada that rule help, you know. Because I think Canada was never going to be in it in our something with Canada.
But Canada never unite. Canada never unite.
Yeah, some people say it helped them more than we because we would have united regardless.
From my understanding of it, we were ranked in the top 5 nations in CONCACAF according to the, yeah, that's true. It was according to the CONCACAF rankings. Or the CONCACAF rankings never did different from the FIFA rankings.
We don't care about where we were ranked, we unite.
Yeah,
let's talk about the Panama game. We don't care about whether we go unite or not unite. Let's talk about the Panama game coming up and your thoughts on it. We have beaten to death the fact that we struggled last night. We didn't play well. The coach made some decision which we can challenge, whether it was. And by the way, a lot of you guys were pushing for Gray in the team, and all of a sudden you have memory lapse about whether or not he should have even gone on the field yesterday. Not a good look. Stick with your initial perspective. Hindsight is 2020. End of the day, coach made some decision, didn't work out well. I hear he's taking some other players to Panama, including some which there's a consensus shouldn't be in the team. We'll see what happens. But what are your thoughts on Panama? And by the way, before you reply, we haven't beaten them in a World Cup qualifier ever. So what's your thoughts on that? And they're playing at home. What's your thoughts on Panama?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, all right, TC, go through. What's your thoughts on the upcoming Panama game?
The thoughts on the upcoming Panama game is one thing. One thing I can say, give thanks that the players have arrived in Panama early in terms of leaving today and arriving on time. So that is a plus. But I think with the Panama game it's tunnel vision. The players can't really look at what is going on in social media because fans are upset and rightfully so. So you kind of have to tune that out and go ahead and go. Yeah, and go. Listen.
Claudine, that's the best. No, the coach should thank him because I heard that there was many sentiments around if the coach didn't get 7 points in this round from Mexico, he's gone. So he got 3. You only need 4 more from the next 2 games. Sorry, go ahead, CC.
No, which next 2 games? You not get who didn't get 3.
No, Mexico, you must say Mexico.
Or the
Talking
Mexican
about
coach?
Mexico. Talking about Mexico.
The Mexican coach. The Mexican coach.
Well,
He needed to get 7 points.
that's what
That was the talk to survive. He's gotten 3, only needs 4 more. So he needs to win 1 and draw 1, and he's good to go.
You can imagine that the Mexican coach is under pressure, you know. Look where they are.
Then they must under pressure. Remember
Look
Mexico, he on an $8.8 million contract with Mexico, you know. The man is not a joke.
And Tapa said we are.
Our coach is not getting 0.8. Not a good look. Good night, Richard. How you doing?
Richard, that's happening.
Good night, Crank. Good night. Formula, give thanks. Man, I stay a long time no see. CC, full respect.
Hey, Richard,
Formula.
one thing I want to say, Richard, before we go back to the whole Panama question is that you guys in the UK don't sleep, you know. I have friends who are up this time in the morning and like, don't you guys go to bed? They're watching NBA game. They're watching football. Don't you guys sleep? You're like night holes.
I think it's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing. Somewhere in our DNA, we like to follow things on an international tip. Cronk, look here. You've mentioned the Panama game, but I want to take you to task this evening, sir.
You really want to do that?
I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Cronk, I've got a veritable list of questions, and there's one question that I want to get out of the way. I can sleep peacefully after I've had my say. I would like to see if the fellow panelists and viewers and subscribers would like to follow me down this path. Cronk, I salute you first of all for the watch along. I only joined the game after I literally joined the game. I was with my darling wife, and 80 minutes on the clock.
Oh, you joined when Albus came on the field.
I joined when Javon.
You couldn't miss the drama. You were in your drama, man.
Javon Brown was down on the floor. Oh man,
Jinxed it.
Looking, God knows. I mean, you couldn't make it up. I'm still processing CC, but I've then subsequently watched some of the watch-alongs. I've watched Formulas watch-along. I've watched IMAX It. I've watched Coach's Desk. Cronk, amongst other things, let me just take you to task and see what you've got to say. You had a long stint at the wheel, so hats off to you, Cronk, for that. It was a long stint.
So it was 6 hours. So it was 6 hours. I'm not accountable for anything I said. I'm not accountable. I'm at the JFF. I'm not accountable for anything.
Well, I'm let me keep my voice down. I'm glad you're covering your back because you raised, you and Neil were talking, and I think it may have been tiredness. So you've got your chance to clarify the club versus country situation. You were talking about a great conversation, quality. But you made the point and you started to labor about the likes of Manchester City, Liverpool, Chelsea. But you were laboring, and then Manchester United came up and you were talking about, well, and mitigating circumstances. Yeah, because you were saying compare the top teams to the bottom teams in the Premier League. What's the differentiation? The difference. Differentiation. It's a late night.
Yes.
Thank you. Indeed. And you were saying it's all comes down to quality, but club versus international. You know the difference is, well, international is international. It's your fellow countrymen. Clubs, you buy in quality. You can buy in quality, or you're unable to buy in quality. So I thought going down that particular line, it was late in the evening, and I thought, yeah, maybe that.
No, I can defend it. So keep going. I can.
Oh no, I'm going to hold tight and see what you and the panelists make of that, because I thought it was a little bit harsh. I agree with you fully about quality in general terms, though Neil said that it was a lazy, quote unquote, approach when discussing the merits and quality of a national team.
Something. I forgot what
yes, he did. Yeah, but go on. Have your say. Can you just clarify that moment?
So the quality is about, who are you competing against, and do you have similar quality to your opposition, right? So you could have, if you're in Jamaica playing high school football, you could say JC and KC and Dentil, for example, and Garvey Maceo had better quality than the teams they played against in the competition. That's not disputable. Just like you say in the Premier League that Man City quality and Liverpool quality and Chelsea are better than the rest of the league. It's a fact. Now, if you want to use Man U, yes, Man U has some quality, but they have some major deficiencies. Harry Maguire, the two center midfielders, old Ronaldo, old Cavani, they have people who have names. Doesn't mean at this point in time as a team, the players in all their positions are at the level they need to be to compete at the highest level. They're still about 6th in the league or 5th in the league. They're still doing well, but to compete with the Man City, the Liverpool, the Chelsea, they're not there. Quality-wise, they're not there. Same concept with CONCACAF. So I'm not comparing a team with teams in the Premier League or with Belgium or with England or with Italy. I'm comparing a team with the quality that we're competing against in CONCACAF. And when you're one, and how many games have we won so far? We played 9. How many have we won? We have won 1, haven't we? So you're going to tell me we have the quality to compete at this level based on what we have now? Not who we could have, who we have now, to say we're competing. Last night, we had 25% possession, and I think that number was inflated. 25%. And we lost, and the people are losing their mind because we lost when we were in the game.
But Kanki, and this is where I kind of do disagree in terms of the approach to the game, because can we really observe Paul Hall totally when the way how we started the game, right? It clearly had to be the approach of the coach. Was the approach of the coach the right way to approach the game, that particular game, that particular circumstance?
Formula, Mike Tyson says, everybody has a plan until they get hit. Everybody has a strategy and a plan until they get hit. And all of a sudden, the plan goes out the door.
Cranky, what were we with? We just surrendered possession.
No.
We just surrendered and sat back and said, here you go.
Guys, we had 27% possession in Mexico. Let's not talk about we surrendered anything. We had 2% more possession in Mexico than we did at home. It's not by chance. How many times, and I've said this numerous times, you guys are not listening to me. I can talk to myself. How many times have we, as I said, we have outpossessed any team? Did we outpossess Honduras?
Or even matched up, or even the equal. We have been averaging about 35% possession.
Any team. In fact, the Mexican formula, the Mexican looked more physical than we did, apart from Lowe showing how physical he was. The Mexican looked much more physically fit, physically prepared than we did. And our players are playing in very good leagues, some of them. Right? They look much more prepared, much more physical. They run harder, they run more. They're much more aware than we were.
Frankie, you're really going to sit here and tell me that team that we had on the field yesterday, right, could not, barring the red card, right? And let's use the sample size of the first half, right? You really and truly don't is gonna tell me that that team could not have put up a better showing?
So they weren't motivated?
No, for starters, what I'm saying is that the approach to the game was wrong. You could
Formula,
see
you
that.
always did, formula.
But
You always blame the
Cranky,
approach. You always
but
blame
no,
when
but
Whitmore is
Cranky,
always approach, when this coach is always approach.
but Cranky, you could see that the team was trying to sit back and
No, they
soak
were
up
not.
on-
No, that's not true. That's not true.
They did no, Cranky. It wasn't a case where we were going
The
to
team realized they were chasing shadows. Look at the goal that was the first goal that was scored. Where was the midfield? Running behind. There were 5 Mexicans in front. Look at the posting the coach did last night that he got from Military Gunner that showed the position of the team on the first goal. There were 5 Mexicans to 4 defenders, and DJ and Revenaldez way in the back trying to catch up, along with Flemon. The fact that it wasn't about strategy. When you're playing football, family, you know this. When a team starts dominating possession, what you do? You back off. Because you realize if I chase them, they're going to get behind me. If we chased them last night, you know what happened? We got 4 or 5. If we chased them, they would have beat us upfield. We'd be scrambling the goal defense. At least we were organized.
All right, Cranky, did you see any attempt to... First of all, I don't think Mexico was all that impressive. I don't. For starters, it was a weakened Mexican team, right? Their front 3 was out. No Jimenez, no Corona, and especially no Chucky Lozano, right? Plus, if memory serves right,
so how come we couldn't go stadium and there was no Corona?
Anyway, I joke here against CC. Anyway, what I am saying is that did you see any attempt to try and get up into the faces of the Mexicans and give them, don't give them enough time and space on the ball to work the ball?
Well, Formula, you act like you never play football. You ever played against a very good team, Formula, where there's dominate possession, Formula?
Yeah, but they weren't that impressive. They didn't move the ball that quickly, Cranky.
I'm giving you a point. I've played against teams where you're on the field and you're just like, I should just walk off the field because it's a waste of time. I'm out here feeling like totally stupid. You can't get to them. You want to press, and when you press, think about how Man City plays football. You press them, they're going to hurt you, going to get behind you. You don't press them, they dominate possession. You darn if you do and you darn if you don't. That's what we have in Mexico. If we chase them, I'm telling you, they would have had more chance to score. They didn't create a ton of chances yesterday,
Cranky, did Mexico move the ball quickly yesterday?
They moved the ball based on how the defense was set up a lot of times. So if you play deep, they're trying to figure out how do I penetrate. They try to go wide and they come inside. So if you notice yesterday, even on the goals they scored, we were in good defensive position. Apart from maybe the second goal. In the first goal, Alves had a chance to go back into the man, put him off guard so he doesn't get the header.
No, but a team that is better
there was space.
Yeah, but formula.
The team was getting leggy in the latter stages.
Yeah, but formula, to be honest,
you're gonna get leggy if you're playing defense all game.
Exactly.
But formula, to be honest, we were never ever going to match Mexico with possession, whether it is the players came out and pressed them or they sat back. It's not possible. From the World Cup qualifier start, we are the only game we managed to have some amount of possession was in a friendly game against Peru, bro.
Brian,
we are not able to match any team possession. We made 217 passes.
Brian, you're missing a point, though, Brian. I'm not advocating for matching the Mexicans for possession. What I'm saying is that in the US and in the Canada games, the 2 prior games to the last one that Mexico played, where they lost away to Canada and away to the USA, right? The intensity of the play from those teams was very high, and also they played on the front foot in terms of, a pressing approach to get up into the faces of the Mexicans and don't give them sufficient time and space to work the ball.
Yeah, but Formula, you are talking about
back from minute one.
But Formula,
deciding to soak up pressure. That's the wrong approach against that Mexican team, and they never had that much quality.
Yeah, but Formula, you are making reference to teams who would have been more prepared and have better synergy and had a lot of time as a unit to work on these tactics and put it forward compared to a team who is just like a pickup team
You need synergy to try and press, Brian.
Yeah, but formula pressing have to do with cohesion, you know. So one man can't press because a lot of times you see DJ press or you see Antonio press, but when the man pass the ball to the next man, the other person is nowhere there to help him press, you know. So each time what happens is one man step up, just like when we used to play with Coreyberg, and people say, yeah man, Coreyberg, I run up and I work hard, but impress a man, and if the man pass the ball, the nearest person to him from Jamaica is 20, 30 yards away, brother. You get what me I say? So that's what me I say. You also the approach wrong, you know, but me I say probably them just realize that yo, this approach not gonna work. We're not gonna press them. We are gonna be compact and try to defend as best as possible.
Man of Steel.
And hold it out.
The coach says his strategy is to press and ball retention. We could not retain the ball, and you can't press if you can't get the team upfield. If you're just chasing the game, you might as well go back and rest. But against Peru, we couldn't even walk in the second half. We were so tired.
Yeah.
An unfit team, you want to go press. The Mexicans would have destroyed us last night.
No, but I'm not talking about the second half. The second half is completely understandable given the scenario that we found ourselves in, right? What I'm saying is from minute one, what I saw from the whistle blew, we never made any, we just sat back. It seems to me to have been the approach. We just sat back. We never tried to get up into their faces. We never tried to win the ball in. Look at the Canada game. Look at the Canada game. Look at the Canada game and how we initiated the front press in that game, and we were successful in winning the ball in dangerous areas.
We had much better possession against Canada, you know. When you can't keep the ball, all you're doing is playing defense. We couldn't even make 2 passes last night.
No, but Cranky, you're being a little bit disingenuous. Think about what took place in the second half and how one-sided the game was in the second half. Of course, in the Canada game, we had more possession in that game. We weren't playing with 10 men down half the game, Cranky.
I'm confused. We had 25% possession in the game. What was the possession when Lowe was in the game? What was the possession stats? Was it much better? We probably have more possession second half than we did with 10 men than we did with 11 men.
Oh, God.
But Cranky, my point is that we didn't try to even play.
Formula. Let's go. Let's go back to what you said before. No. Let's go back to what you said before. I'm disingenuous because we had 10 men. Did we have better stats in the first half than in the second half possession-wise?
Cranky, that's what I'm saying. The approach in the Canada game was different to the approach in this game. You can't tell me to forget a team to press. The coach need a ton load of time with the team to implement that strategy.
It wasn't about time. I think when you're on the field, sometimes how the game is going dictate how you operate.
Cranky, how the game is going 1 second into the game?
Hey, you know, I think that draw with Canada fooled enough people. You know, so we should have lost that game. We should have lost Canada's game. And then the next thing about it is, do you expect a team like a Norwich City or a Newcastle to press a Man City, to press a Manchester City? Just picture Jamaica as Norwich or Newcastle. How are we expected to press a Man City?
I can't agree with that, CC.
You can't agree with that.
CC. I cannot
Mexico is a much better team than our team.
The Mexican team yesterday compared to the team that we have on the field. Don't get wrong.
It's better. It's better.
I'm not saying it isn't, but you're acting like there's a massive golfing class between the two.
It's not a matter of golf. They're better. They're a better team.
If you give them the edge, you'd be giving them the edge.
Yeah, but
if you say they're better slightly.
Yeah, but
that's why they don't respect YouTube as enough.
Formula.
I don't know which game you watch.
According to the run of play, Mexico looked worlds different from us, but on paper, I'm talking about the teams on paper. Nobody was saying Mexico was miles ahead of us.
Formula.
Yes, Sir Devon. Welcome to the show, boss.
Thank you very much, Cranky, Richard, CC.
Yeah, thanks.
And who's the other person I can't make the name?
Superman.
Okay. All right. I've been listening to what you have been saying, Formula. And I'm gonna say I don't think you were watching the same game as we were watching last night. This Mexican team is a quality team. And if you think we could have matched them stride for stride and up in their face, at the end of the day, we get about 4. You see what the Mexican did differently from what we did. The movements of the ball was quicker. First of all, the field is garbage. It was heavy. You can see players try to play the ball out of their feet and the ball not even moving because the field was heavy and start being torn up from early. Okay, I think the field is so much sand based. That's why we're having all that problems. But the Mexicans, their transition game was so good that we couldn't dance to the same beat that they're dancing at because they move the ball quickly, they get into space. Whenever we close them down when the ball gets to a player, they move the ball into an open space. And if wherever our player is coming from, a Mexican player gets into that area to receive the ball from his teammate. Okay? If you were on the podcast the other night when we're doing the pregame, and I said there's going to be 2 things that Jamaica have to do well and have to constantly doing it to get something out of it, and is to stay organized, and the key word is to be disciplined in whatever you do. They try to stay organized, but in the latter stage of the game, the discipline went out the door. When the changes start coming in because of maybe fatigue, people start getting heavy legs
and injury, of course,
and injury, and the changes start coming in. The players that came in, apart from Greg Lee, I think they never even know where they were on the field. Their positioning was wrong because I'm looking at the replay at that goal that scored and Blake near post, and Blake is not supposed to be blamed for that. Alva's back was to the player who received the ball. And you can't defend like that because he was on the back of Moore. So why, if Moore marking a player, why are you going to mark the same player? What about the player on the back post? He's free. That ball comes over. The player could take the ball down 3 touches. He take the ball down, he set it up, and he put the ball in the back of the net with the 3rd touch.
But even so, Coach Devon, you didn't even need to mark the player. You could have motion to the post. It's where Blake is. You could have actually stand on the line and mark the spot. You see it a lot of times in football where you know that based on the positioning, you're going to cover the far post because the keeper is going to try and cover the near post. So the defender
and that is lapse in concentration. That is lapse. And
I don't think it was lapse in concentration, Devon. You have to be able to concentrate to have lapse in concentration. It wasn't lapse in concentration.
I know what you're getting at.
It wasn't.
I'm not gonna get there. I'm not gonna.
Terry Guna showed you the picture. of
Oh
when he
yeah.
was beside Moore, sort of, and never glanced behind him at all, was only looking in one direction. Was ball watching, not being aware of who's beside him, who's around him. So it's not, I don't call it concentration, it's awareness.
But next thing,
I
what I
am
want to know
I
is
am I am fed up of how we play in the latter stages of all the games. If you look at how we concede goals, 80 minutes to full time, we cannot manage a game to see the game through. We need players who can manage, because that's a pivotal part in the game.
Coach, that's a very solid point you're making. A menace. Nobody a drop a ground and a roll, and a whole hamstring and a do all sort of things to disrupt the rhythm. That's a
If you
very good
look at how
point.
the Spanish players play, the Mexicans, Costa Ricans, Salvadorians, Hondurans, Guatemalans, if you look at how these players play, when it comes on to crunch time, they waste all the time in the world. They will lie down like their head is hurting. Then they get somebody step on their toe and they hold their head.
Yeah, but Devon, the ref wasn't having any empathy or sympathy for us because Antonio got hit in the throat, can
And
barely
the ref,
talk, and the
listen,
ref was telling him to get up. The ref wasn't having any sympathy. You think
listen,
you're
the
big and strong?
referee, the
Yeah,
referee in CONCACAF, it's a full time. They stop sending those Spanish referee to ref our game. Okay, we are an English speaking country. Okay, what happened to the referees from the United States and Canada and Trinidad and all those? We need to stop sending players. CONCACAF need to stop doing that to Jamaica and sending those referees who don't have any form of sympathy for us and refing against us to do our games. It is bad. Why can't they get neutral referees? Go to Europe. Get neutral referees to do the games. It is sad.
the refereeing is poor in CONCACAF still. You
It
can
should
see
have
it.
been even Stevens 10 versus 10 after that slap that Antonio get across his throat.
Yeah, but
The referee does nothing.
to
Listen,
be fair enough, Sir
okay.
Devan,
He
Mexico
didn't
could have got
even
a
go to
penalty,
VAR. He didn't even go to VAR. What
Yeah,
does that say?
but Coach Devan, me nah go down the road there in terms
it's
of
not. You don't
blaming
go
the
to
ref.
VAR. VAR is the one who call the referee and say whether something should be looked right. The referee don't go to VAR. VAR is the one supposed to reach out to the referee.
But my thing is,
Okay,
Sir
and,
Devan,
and they didn't even reach
what
out
you
to
thought
them.
about the Javian Brown challenge in the penalty box? That's a penalty.
No, I did mention that on the stream actually. I
That
thought he
is a
didn't hit him shot
penalty.
the side. I thought he hit in the back. Because the player had was over the ball. He came in. I thought Javian Brown had a horrible first half, frankly. I thought he got lucky in the first half. He had a
He was
really
out of
difficult first half.
sorts. I
Huh?
don't know what happened to him. He was
Listen,
disappointing.
He
I
came to the
think
game in the second half. The first half, he had a horrible first half.
I think VAR has actually made the referees worse. So the referees
No,
are
I don't
lazy
agree with
now.
that. No.
Referee them now do them work in a any
Hey,
part of the game. English referees worse.
No, I think VAR has
CONCACAF,
helped actually. All my
when it,
friends in the UK complain about
I
VAR now. The first thing they call for when something goes wrong is for VAR.
I am
They say
not.
listen,
VAR never
Listen,
comes in. It makes no sense. We're trying to be American over here. And then nowadays, all they do is complain. And then when it's VAR, they call for VAR. They put their hands up. We want VAR.
listen. I
Where
have
was VAR?
I have no problem with VAR. I have no problem with VAR. What I want to see is fairness. If there is an offense on the field, I think it works both ways for both teams. You understand? They need to be fair. That's all I'm saying.
Coach Devan,
So
Look, we have
Coach,
gotten
hold
lucky
on.
throughout the campaign, right? We've gotten lucky. Lowe should have gotten a red card in about 2 games previously, and we had no VAR. VAR caught up with him. He did.
But
Because yesterday, the ref by the way, guys, the ref didn't call a foul on that play, you know.
No, because the
That's
tackle
true.
was a good tackle. It wasn't the tackle he got the
It
card
wasn't a
for.
good tackle.
What tackle? What tackle was a good
see.
tackle, CC?
No, all right,
It wasn't
listen,
a good
hold on.
tackle.
I am saying to you, he did not get the red card for the tackle. He got the red card for the follow through and stepping on the player's ankle.
No, he got the red card for the tackle.
But that's part of it.
That's the tackle.
CC, that's part of it.
Listen,
That's the tackle.
I'm saying you could have tackled and followed through and not stepped and standed on the player's ankle. You could have followed through and not stand on the player's
So
ankle.
what caused it?
CC.
So how did he get to the player's
CC.
leg? He just
When
he just
the
by
man
osmosis,
leave his
he-
line,
Exactly.
when the man leave his line, he was like a runaway train. How can you stop him?
You know the worst thing
The
about that, Devon?
momentum carry him through the tackle.
No, I'm not agree with that one,
Hey,
Sir
guys.
Devon. Sir
Go on
Devon,
that ball actually, and
I
that
think
ball.
there,
Go ahead, Pamela.
I think there was intention from Mr. Lowe to leave something on Guardado.
Mr.
I
Lowe
think he had
always had
two
that intention,
intentions.
Pamela.
I
That's
think
enough.
there were two intentions.
No, that's the constant
Play
intention.
the
That's the
ball.
intention all the time.
But
Play
what I
the
want
ball
to know
and
is-
leave something on Guardado. Go through,
What,
Cranky.
what
you're
I
saying.
want to know is, did the follow through cause him to stand on the player's ankle?
Yes.
No.
To stand on the player's ankle?
No.
Yes.
So I'll say
Yes.
this.
Yes.
I'll say this.
Because you can
Sir Devon.
listen. You're going with momentum. You're going with momentum in the heat of the moment. You get the ball and you go right through. Can you change at that point of contact? No, you
No,
can't.
but you and
Nothing.
the player could have gone down. You never needed to stand on the player's ankle.
No. So if you watch, I actually watch on YouTube 3 times now. I want to see exactly and see it, all elements
It's a red
surrounding it.
card, you know. It's a red card, you know.
So CC, give me a chance to speak now.
Oh, sorry.
So the tackle was made in the middle of the opponent's half. It wasn't in our half. It was a desperate tackle, you know. It wasn't our half. It wasn't at the half line. Go look at it on YouTube. In fact, it's only about 30-second or 40-second video.
It's a
It was the
senseless
opponent's half.
challenge.
And even YouTube, some view doesn't show it really well. It was almost a 50-50 ball, but he went in with the intention to really make sure he got the ball, and anything was in his way was also going. Now, this is not 1970s or 80s or 90s where Hagler used to play that way. Just make sure if he doesn't get the ball, he gets you. Ball, man, grass, dirt, everything has to go. That's what happened. That was a bad intention tackle, and he got away with the U.S. game, and VAR was here and didn't get away with it this time.
Can I
But
ask
you
a
see the
question?
thing
Gentlemen,
about
Richard
it was a
was trying to
dangerous
ask a
challenge, you know.
question.
Can I? Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir,
you,
Richard.
Coach
Go
Devon.
through. Go through.
Thank you, Coach Devon. I've got a list of questions here, but one question I want to test the landscape and the lay of the land. How big a gap, how great a gap is there between Jamaica and the rest of the CONCACAF, our CONCACAF rivals? Mexico are ranked 14th or 15th. It's not a vintage team, but they are ranked 14th or 15th in the world. Jamaica led Mexico at home, no fans as such, 80 minutes played. How bad are Jamaica? Or how good are Jamaica? What's the gap between Jamaica and their rivals?
That's like saying Southampton drew with Man City recently. That means they should be very close in capability, ability. I look. If you I watched the game. That's how I judge games. We had 20% possession. We created limited or no chances. 25% possession, little chances. Maybe half chance by Gray, half chance by Morrison, quarter chance by Antonio in the first half. They had the ball around our box, playing around like we're kids most of the game. We didn't do much. Yes, we scored off a set piece. So we didn't score on a build-up play, We scored off a set piece. Ball get headed down. Very good goal by DJ. We didn't do much in the game. So how much better? We really are not sure, because Formula will tell you it's a strategy that allows us not to play better. We didn't press as much. I'll say they're quite a bit better than us.
Here's the difference between the Jamaican team and United States, Mexico, um, Panama, Costa Rica, is that when you look at the Jamaican team on paper, we are supposed to be a good team. But when you look at the rest of CONCACAF nations,
Mm-hmm.
they are a good team because they have continuity. They build a program, they sustain that program so it has sustainability. They have players who have been playing for years together, so they maintain all of that. So when you look at the whole scenario, it comes down to limited preparation for Jamaica. And these guys have years of togetherness and preparation. So they are a complete team. When we are a team that's trying to get a formula together, while they already have a formula. And this is where we are falling short. They can put anybody in from another Mexican club coming into the national team, and they just fall in place because they have that system which we are searching for. And that's what beating us all the time.
1 second, Jason. Don't bring up the video. Don't bring it up. I wouldn't advise that. Don't bring it up. Yeah, man, I wouldn't advise that. Sorry to cut you, Sir Devon. I just needed to say that quickly.
Yeah. But to be honest, if what Cranky alluded to in terms of the red card challenge, I think a lot of times we overblow certain things because we know that in football, follow through is part of the game. In terms of if you're, for example, you're taking a shot, you're supposed to follow through when you're taking a shot,
Hold on, CC,
right?
rewind. Could you answer the correct question? In your opinion, what the gap is between Jamaica and the rest of our Concacaf rivals? I don't want to labor too much on this red card situation. Could you follow up on the back of what Coach Devon says? Because in my opinion, having got on the bus, the Juta bus, during the Gold Cup campaign, I'm sitting here in London, England, with a heart beating strongly for Jamaica, reflecting that we need potentially a reboot. Coach Devon made some very good points in terms of the preparation challenges that Jamaica may not be able to
But
match their opponents with, or maybe they can. But what's the gap? Because the reality check is what I'm looking at. A real rebooted reality check as to where Jamaica sit now, the greatest crop of talent we've ever had, and yet a Mexican team can stride up, take a 2-1, El Salvador 1-0 up, they get an equalizer. The list goes on
they
and
all have a
on
better.
and
They
on.
are number one thing. They all have a better league than us. They all have a better league than us. Liga MX is rivaling MLS. Rivaling MLS. So you can't
Some say
joke on the
Liga
Mexican.
MX is better than MLS.
Exactly, but I'm saying
Many
that
people say that.
Mexico can churn out players of quality, both locally and players that they can look from that has gone overseas. So Mexico has a better league than us by far. The USA has MLS. Canada, by extension, plays in as their players in MLS as well. So even though Canada's league is in its infancy stages, because really and truly, separate and apart from resource wise, Canada should not be out basic ahead of us in terms of CONCACAF. They should not be. except for they probably had more resources than us. Because if you really look into it, Canada, what officially recognized league does Canada have in
But
terms of?
they have professional teams though with
None.
professional
CC,
academies.
CC, none of the players played in the Canadian League. They're
But
all
that's
in
what.
Europe
No,
and
but
all over on
but
MLS.
coach,
But
that is
Coach
what I'm
Devon, many of them
alluding to.
never come up through the MLS.
Some
Like
of them come up through the
Buchanan.
MLS. All of them come up through the Canadian
Mm,
system, but they get out of
Davis.
here
So,
at
so
an early
I have a
stage.
question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a
Yeah.
question. Who are the two best players for Jamaica last night?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
Daniel Johnson
DJ.
and Ethan
Ethan
Pinnock.
Pinnock and Daniel
No
Yes,
Johnson.
question.
yes.
You think
Daniel
it's by
Johnson and
chance
Ethan
that
Pinnock.
you think the league that Ethan plays in has something to do with how well he plays?
Yes.
Okay.
He's a top quality player. There's no doubt about it.
I like that word actually. I like that word. I like that word you just used for me. I like it. It's a good word. It's a good word.
Can
So-
you repeat?
so-
Can you repeat
It's
the
a
word?
good
so
word.
I
It's a
know-
really good word.
I
Can you
know
repeat
what
the word?
I
He's
know
a
what
top quality
Cranky
player.
I know what Cranky is alluding to, and he's alluding to what I said. The Canadian players get out of Canada early and get into top leagues in Europe. Jonathan Davis plays for Lille, coming from Genk in Belgium. Alfonso Davis is at Bayern Munich, coming out of the Canadian system early.
But
Okay,
David, Coach Devon, David was in Canada as well too, you know.
that's what I'm telling you. You're
And
not
then he
listening
went to
to me.
King. And then he
You're
went to
not-
King.
Family, are you listening to me?
No, you
When I'm
implied it, but you
saying
never expressly said it.
they all brought up from here, but we get them out of here early enough to go into top leagues to hone their skills and develop their craft. And that's the difference. And Canada,
I'll say this 101 times. You know, quality is a differentiator. A lot of times, quality.
yeah, and
That's what
Canada,
people pay for. That's what people pay huge sums of money for.
They do.
Canada
Quality.
is gonna be a soccer power.
Yeah.
I
Some-
agree, Sir Devon.
Yeah, but Jamaica be a football.
For a while to serve
When I play soccer, you know.
CC,
it.
It was
CC,
obvious last night we were
Football.
playing football
CC.
and we damaged your foot.
CC, listen. CC, when it come on to the gimmicks, I know you're an intelligent chap. You know, I don't fall for that. Soccer, football, call it what you may.
We
But-
played football last night. We didn't play. We played football
But-
last night. We
but
used our
Canada
foot. We didn't
is
use any
gonna be a
brain. It
power.
wasn't working.
At the sport of whatever you think the sport is.
But
And you can
Jonathan
start seeing the
David
development. And-
an American.
And I tell you something, it has a lot to do with culture. When you look at the diversity of the Canadian society now, you have blend the Caribbean, the Europeans, you know, and all these kids are getting into football. And
Look,
that's
gentlemen,
coaching.
Canada has 38 million people. A lot
Yeah.
of foreigners in the country now. A lot of
Yeah.
resources. It's hard for us to compete with Canada, the US, and Mexico. It is very hard.
and
Mexico is a
us-
footballing powerhouse for years. I've made it last 16 for World Cups continuously. Has hosted multiple World Cups. It's very hard to compete when
He's
you
going
only
to
have.
host the next World Cup.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
wonder
when
if
you only
they- I
have
wonder-
3 million people on the island and a
I
few
wonder if they could have
overseas.
give one of the match. So
Huh?
we can qualify. Give one of the matches.
To do what?
The host man, host one of the matches.
To host?
Yeah, host one of the matches so we can qualify.
okay.
That's the only way we're gonna qualify.
we have a field to where
But
are we
I
gonna
can tell you this.
where's he gonna play?
Listen.
Where's he gonna play? You're gonna build a new stadium.
Yeah, man, I build a new stadium, but Coach
Okay.
Devon, if you look at it, you see the guy named Kyle Larin, a lot of persons are talking about Jonathan David. So the guy that named Kyle Larin that play, I think he's a forward for the Canadian team as well.
And he's Jamaican,
he's-
you know that.
Well, I know. You know, say when Ricardo Kaka went to Orlando, he actually said that this guy is a very good player at that point in time. So I think there are these factors. Jamaica, the gap between Jamaica and another of these teams is not even just resources, but it is where the players are being developed. Because we can't compete. Right now, Canada has gone left us. Canada has started behind the proverbial 8 ball basically and passed us. It's like Canada was driving a BMW and we were in a Mark X thinking that the Mark X can actually hold out against the BMW. The Mark X doesn't have top end speed. So once the BMW hit the top end speed, it's lights out. That is that because, and then I think what Formula I alluded to earlier is because we drew with Canada and Canada took points off Mexico. It's like, for example, I think they have this thing in maths where I think it's in economics. A equal B plus C, therefore something there, B equal A plus C or A minus C. So I'm saying because Canada, we took points off Canada by drawing with Canada, which Formula said it is one of our best performances. And Canada took 4 points from Mexico. A lot of persons are fooled into thinking that we are at a certain level that we can actually take points off of Mexico just like that. Mean like rival in Mexico in terms of have the ability to take points off them because we have taken points of a team that took points from them.
And going forward,
Can I?
going forward, it's a similar situation with the forthcoming Panama and Costa Rica game. Just because Costa Rica defeated Panama, we feel
Panama.
okay. That could be a good
No,
result.
guys,
but
Styles
Costa
makes
Rica,
fight. No,
Costa Rica is
Styles-
going to be tough, and Panama is going to
No,
be
Richard,
tough. So
Richard,
we've
Styles
got a
makes
bit
fight.
perspective.
No, Stars makes fight. We play good against Costa Rica. We play good against in the Gold Cup. We play good against them. We played in Costa Rica. We've played good against Costa Rica. They're old. They're slower. They're technical. And we play them really well. We don't play Mexico well.
What were the last two results against Costa Rica?
I think
We drew with them in Costa Rica. And they beat us 1-0 in the Gold Cup. But frankly, we should have lost.
Us in the Gold Cup.
We should have lost that game. It was ahead of that shouldn't happen. A 2-foot person who can't jump was about 40 years old, odd jumper defense.
I think
it happened again with Jamaica versus Peru. I think that a reality check is what Jamaica need, and it's not an easy thing. I've always said that there are challenges, unique challenges, as well as opportunities that lay ahead for Jamaica. And listening to the dialogue at the moment across the vlogosphere, I think we are yet to fully grasp and get our head around those challenges and how best to tackle them. I was just not too long ago on IMAX's show looking at Suriname. They've got a great tradition of players, quality players that have gone on to perform on the world stage. Ruud Gullit, Rijkaard, Clarence Seedorf, one of the finest players I've ever seen live. And they're not sleeping. 2026 is looming. It'll be quicker than we imagine, and they've got a plan in place. The likes of Curacao have got plans in place to make a concerted assault on reaching the 2026 World Cup finals. I mean, we've got Canada, America, and Mexico hosting, and trust me, these teams aren't going to be sleeping. Jamaica need to wake up, but we need to really shake ourselves out of assuming that we are bigger than we are, assuming that we've got qualification and the class and the quality needed to compete in the bag. And I think that Formula has raised a very good point. I saw him in the watch along. I know your hands up, Formula. Naivety. Go ahead. Naivety. I'm wondering how naive are Jamaica and how is this particular coach challenged? Formula, come in, sir.
Before I get your question, Sir Richard, Cranky, I have to reignite this Cranky. You know, long me I wait to make that point of Cranky. Cranky, is El Salvador a better or an inferior team to ours?
I really don't know.
Cranky, come on,
Wow.
Cranky.
I don't know.
Cranky,
I don't know.
El Salvador is far inferior on paper to Jamaica.
The game is not played on paper.
The game's not played on paper.
There's no game on paper, by the way.
No, but Cranky was disagreeing with me in terms of when I said the quality we weren't worlds apart from Mexico. right? Why should
Did I say we're
we
not worse apart from
respect
Mexico?
them? No, but Cranky, my point is that why should we pay so much respect to Mexico when I watched El Salvador against Mexico? Me never see El Salvador, an inferior team to us, show Mexico that amount of respect. Is Panama an inferior team to ours? I believe they are. But
I don't think we're showing Mexico respect. We couldn't catch them to show them respect. We couldn't reach them. We couldn't get into their face to show them respect.
Frankie, I disagree. I think our approach going into this game against a weakened Mexican team, right, in our home, 3 points that were desperately needed from the first second of the game.
You always fall back on. Wait, one second. Richard, I'll be quick. You always fall back on when we lose. It was the strategy that the coach employed why we lose.
No, I never. No. I'm not. There's a number of reasons why we lost. My point is that Paul has to take some of the blame as well. Some of it.
I think it's substitution. I agree with you about substitution. I don't sure I agree about strategy because if you can't catch me, if you're trying to chase me and can't get the ball, you might as well fall back like a Sam Allardyce does. He knows his team. He knows his capability. He knows, you know what? If I stay deep, low block, and try to get you on the counter, that's my best chance because I can't catch up to you when you have the ball. But when you have 10 men, low block is the only solution when you can't keep the ball.
But Cranky, how did El Salvador, right, press this Mexican team, get up into the faces of this Mexican team, give the Mexicans, not a lot of time and space on the football? How did El Salvador do that, but we cannot do that?
What was the score in the game?
They won it 2-0.
Oh, okay.
Which game?
Okay.
Mexico. No, hold on.
Did it work? Did it work?
Hold on. Yes. Hold on.
I think you're going to tell me that they came up with a positive.
Hold on. But Panama drew. An inferior team to us drew against Mexico.
Panama is inferior to us?
The Panama team on paper is inferior to Jamaica's team. Me not ask Christ.
Wow.
This Panama
Yes,
this Panama current team is inferior to us on paper.
I can't argue with you anymore. You're right, Formula. I can't argue with you anymore.
But Frankie, have you gone through the team? Have you?
I look at the team. I see them.
Panama has one player in the Bundesliga. The rest don't play in the top quality leagues. The Panama team is not all that, boss.
Coach Devon,
but they have been playing. But they have been playing together for 6 years.
I agree, and I made that point earlier.
And that's what makes a team.
I agree, Coach Devon, and I made that point earlier. That is facts. I agree, and I made it earlier. But
name for name, they can't match us.
I agree.
They played for 6 years together, and that's what makes the big difference. And they're willing to work hard. Jamaican players are lazy.
But Coach Devon,
lazy. Did I hear lazy?
Listen to my line.
Did I hear lazy?
Listen.
They don't want to work hard.
But Coach
they
Devon,
don't want to work hard. Nobody don't want to say it.
Honestly, given the lack of intensity that we saw yesterday, me not gonna say me can disagree with that. But what I'm saying,
okay, what I'm saying, Formula, listen.
Mm-hmm.
There are 11 players on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that 6 players are working their heart out and the next 5 are just logging on the field? That's laziness. That is laziness.
The panel is speechless. The panel is speechless.
I want to say something. Right?
Speak.
Because we are bemoaning the lack of chemistry, right? We are bemoaning the lack of chemistry, right? Wouldn't it be better for us to have tried what the Americans and the Canadians did in their home games against Mexico by applying the front press, getting up into their faces and trying to win the ball in far more advanced areas of the pitch, in dangerous positions of the pitch, right? Instead of trying to build out from the back when we are here saying that the lack of chemistry is there. Wouldn't it be better for us to try and win it in dangerous position. So we
Who
have a
was building up from
short.
the back?
So
Wait,
we have a
Who
shorter
was building
time.
up from the back?
So we have
Who
a
was building up from the
shorter
back?
amount of distance to Mexico's goal
Formula,
with
I'm
a
confused.
disorganized Mexican
Formula, I'm
team.
confused. Who was building up from the back?
Initially, in the first half, we were trying to build out from the back in the Mexico game. It's in the second half now because of, we were struggling and with down a man and all of that. We
Formula,
started
go watch the game
going
again.
long.
Formula, I have the game recorded. Go watch the game again. No, seriously, go watch the game again.
Trying to build
Go and
out.
watch the game again.
Frankie, we were struggling to build out from the back, but we were trying.
Trying to be rich is not working for me. Trying to be rich is not working.
But that's my point. We're saying the lack of chemistry is a problem. That's why lesser teams can play the likes of Mexico and have good performances. Why not try and win the ball? Far up the pitch, closer distance to the Mexican goal.
Team need a
Press
player
them, not sit behind the ball and sit deep in a low block.
Formula, can I ask you a question?
We need to work harder.
I agree, Devin.
Go ahead, Coach Devin.
I do agree because the lack of intensity is depressing.
But if you're not fit to press, you can't press.
Can I ask Formula a question? Can I ask you a question?
The super chat. Hold on.
Yes, let us read the super chat. We've been ignoring the super chats,
Coming with it.
Kyle Wallace, big up, thanks for the super chat. CONCACAF beat us with better federations, better organization, better results on the field. Tapa did know in starting 11 and now almost figure it out in the middle of a campaign. Really? Question mark. Big up Kyle Wallace. Thanks for the super chat. Great point. Go ahead. Who was talking a while ago? CC or Sir Richard? Go ahead, Sir Richard.
Sir Richard.
Thank you, Formula. Thank you, panel. And thanks for the viewers and subscribers. Remember to hit the like button. We're having real, to the ground, hearts on sleeve conversation here. And that's the way it should be, with full respect for each and every one. Formula. There was a time that we were reasoning, I believe, on your channel, and I suggested, or it may have been here on Coach's desk, and I suggested that, for want of a better word, mutiny, I think is the word that you suggested that I was calling it, when I asked why the players on the pitch, or couldn't the players on the pitch, get together in the dressing room and on the pitch, putting on their footballing caps and say, look, just as you've just alluded to very clearly, this is how we're going to run things. We're going to press up the top. This is how we're going to win it. And this is how we're going to run things. How naive are the Jamaican players? And I'm going to ask, how is the coach challenged? And what Kronk's actually saying, actually, it makes even more starker sense the more we listen. Because if you're saying this is what the players should do, why are these players who you seem to believe in for the most part, why are they not doing this? And don't you see what Kronk's been saying about the possession? A team that has 27% to 30+% possession in game after game. I put it to you that team is not as good as you deem and believe it to be, Formula. If these players are really big time players, why are they not saying, coach has given us this preparation on the pitch, I mean, in the dressing room, and a part of the preparation in the training camp. But when the whistle's blown, i.e. an EG against Mexico, a game that was almost a must win, a vital win that we needed, and we saw the performance. And I'm struck by the gap in perception between your thoughts on the game and Kronk's. And it's not the first time I've seen this. So I want to know, why don't we get a reboot and check out if these players are as good as we think they are? Speak, Formula, speak.
Guys, I don't think people are understanding what I'm saying.
I think you're right.
When I say that,
I think you're right. So you need to get some clarity. I think you're ominously right. You've hit a nail on the head.
When I say that Panama is a better, When I say
It's
that,
tantamount to Tiddlywink speak. Go
when
ahead,
I
sir. Go
say
ahead,
that
sir.
Panama is a better team than Jamaica, right? I mean, in terms of the when I say Jamaica rather is a better team than Panama, I'm talking about the individuals, right? Man for man. I'm not talking about the team as a collective. Obviously, Panama as a team are playing far better football than we are, and as a team is a far better team. I'm talking about individuals, man for man, right? We have a better team from an individual standpoint, and I don't understand anybody
you
who
think
challenges that hasn't looked at the Panamanian team
so let me say this.
or the El Salvadorian team.
Wait. So formula. Let's think about the team yesterday. So you think that Lamar Walker, Flemo, Lowe, Javane Brown, Speedy, even Ravel. I've named 6 who probably not better than any other of those Panama players in a similar position, frankly. So you're saying that because you haven't really thought through this, you know.
Yes,
Maybe
I have. You think you're smart in a cranky.
No, I'm giving you examples.
So what happened to Mikel Antonio?
I'm going there. Wait, I'm not finished.
What happened to Bobby D. Cordova-Reid, an English Premier League starting quality player on our bench?
So let me finish.
Who,
so can I finish?
Lamar Walker was playing over.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish.
All right.
So I'm gonna give you Antonio. I may give you DJ May. I'm going to give you Pinnock. I may give you Blake. I'm not giving you anybody else.
This is the same Reed that missed from 4 yards.
That's a Reed who can't see the goal, don't know where the goal is, who has been benching for Fulham of late.
Hold on.
To be fair,
we have not, up to now, we have not really assembled our best team together, right? Lord. When you put our best team together in CONCACAF,
you sound like brain drain.
Right? When for instance, the likes of Leon Bailey, right? Kevin Stewart did not feature yesterday. Kevin Stewart could start for Panama. Mina asks Christ.
Wait, formula. Dante says, wait, I'm coming back to your formula. Can someone explain to me how El Salvador had 46% possession against Mexico, and we have about 20 odd, and their team is USL and El Salvador League majority.
Exactly.
Let me finish.
Lord Jesus have mercy, Kang.
Is it coaching? So he said, Lord Jesus, right? So I don't want to blast.
That is an even better example.
I know formula, brilliant formula, isn't it? You love this, don't you?
Thank you, Cranky. What's the
formula? I know. So can I speak now? What was Jamaica's possession against El Salvador?
It was with barely cracked 40.
Oh. So how does that matter? No. I'm confused, formula. We barely cracked 40 against El Salvador, so we're better than them. You said here that you're using this as the excuse to say, you know what? We're better than El Salvador, and yet they're close to Mexico. Yet we had 47 possession against El Salvador, a worse team than us, not close to us.
I am saying the quality of players is not the problem. That is what I'm saying, Cranky. The quality of the players is not the main problem.
What is the problem, formula?
Perfectly. El Salvador's team has mainly USL and El Salvador players. 1 or 2 MLS players. There's this player playing in the Dutch second division as well. But for the most part, it's El Salvador and USL players. But yet still they are putting up better performances in the octagonal than us, and they have a far weaker team.
Why you think that is? Because they fail to work. Jamaica fail to work hard.
It's a number of reasons, Coach Devon, but it's not the quality of the players. That's what I'm saying. But it's a number of reasons, but it's not the quality.
So Latin American teams and South American teams play very short passes, interchange quite a bit. They play the ball, and we can't keep the ball. We cannot keep the ball.
But yet still we have better quality players playing at a higher level than El Salvador.
In some positions.
It's not even that. Hold on.
No, Cranky. Cranky, in every position, our team is better than El Salvador.
But look at it like this. For example, you have to look at it like this: is the footballing culture. In Spain, it's a different culture than in England, than Germany, than Italian. Spanish type players are more tactical players. English players, even if it is rubbing off in Jamaican and the Jamaicans, they are more rugged players. So you see the playing, they are not as technical like the Spanish playing Spanish.
CC,
No, they're
CC,
not as technical.
CC.
We
A
have to
lot of
admit that to ourselves.
those El Salvadorian players are not technically good enough to play at the level that DJ, Ravel,
But let me ask you a
Antonio,
question.
Kevin
No, let me
Stewart
ask you a
plays at.
question.
They are not technically and tactically good enough to play at that
No,
level.
don't say technical, bro. That is the way we're getting wrong.
But they're playing in the USL.
England has just gotten to the space, gotten to like where technicality comes in. Technical players, they have just come to the party
No,
in
no, no,
terms
no,
of a
no,
lot of
no,
players
no,
being
CC.
technical.
No, no,
Yeah,
no,
with
no,
Phil
CC.
Foden and these guys, how
No,
many players?
no, CD. Make it
That is
CC.
has never been England's style.
No, it's talking about
Hold on,
style
we're
of play,
talking
right?
about the level though. The
No, but I'm
gap
saying to
in
you,
level
level.
between where the El Salvadorian players
Listen,
play
but I'm
to
saying to
the
you,
English second and
it's
first
not
division.
necessarily
So
levels.
formula,
Hold on,
formula.
Cranky. Look at the Suriname players.
Wait, CC, formula. Why can't we keep the ball?
It's a number of reasons. I think
And we can't keep the ball, formula?
yes, it's a number of reasons.
Like what? Give me an example of what? What is it?
Well, for starters, the team is too static when we're in possession of the ball. The movement is extremely poor. Right? Under the previous gaffer, there are a number of structural issues with the team in terms of the attacking structure was poor, right? For instance, the type of players and the type of combinations on the field at the same time, right? The team being there too much distance, right? On the field between the players. So for instance, the space between the lines and the distance between the players on the pitch, right, is a number of different things.
That's just one thing you mentioned. I'm going to go through each of those things you mentioned. You just mentioned one thing, distance between players. What else?
I said the combinations. I spoke about the team being too static in possession. That's one. So the lack of movement. I spoke about the combinations in terms of, like, for instance, the El Salvador game was a perfect example where the midfield consisted of Kemar Roof, Anthony Grant, and Haka. Right? That combination was just a horrible combination, right? No, I mean, there was no creator, no controller in that midfield, right? And also, both CDMs lacked mobility, and neither of them are known as ball
But
players.
these are quality players you're talking about. What are you talking about? You're talking about quality players. You say they're quality players.
But Cranky, there are quality players available to the team. But Tapper, instead of going with a Joey Desert, went with a Haka. But Joey Desert was available.
Okay.
He could have picked Joey Desert. Coaching, for me personally, was the number one issue under why most of the games in the qualifiers under the previous gaffer, the possession was so poor. And it's a number of structural issues.
Where are we going back and talking about Tapper?
Cranky asked, he asked my question, so I'm answering it.
Formula can't get off the subject of quality versus something.
But we don't need to mention the coach name. Let the coach stay home and relax if he's at home.
So formula, to keep possession, you have to be, I agree with you, movement is important, but you're saying these are quality players. So here's the thing, formula. Quality players know how to move into position to receive a pass. Quality players know how to make a pass. Forget about even move, to know how to make a pass. Quality players know how to retain possession, position themselves to receive the ball and protect the ball. That's quality, that's technical quality players. Do you see that exhibited in our team?
Why do they do it when they're playing for clubs but they don't for countries?
Some of them do it. And the level of here's the thing about you guys are confused about. The level of your competition will figure out whether you have the quality to compete. I keep saying this, at the same level. When you're playing against a lesser team, of course you can keep the ball. When you're playing against a better team, it's much more difficult to do so, as is shown in most leagues across the world.
I don't understand
what Cranky is saying is when Preston North End meets a Premier League team in the something there, a Premier League team in the FA Cup, they look a better outfit in terms of when they're playing in and amongst themselves.
CC, we don't go that far. When Arsenal played Norwich, we dominate possession. When we play City, we look like Jamaica.
Yeah, but El Salvador
That's
is
the
not
difference.
Arsenal. El Salvador is
No,
like
but
a
it's
League
an
1,
analogy
League 2
formula.
team.
Jesus,
But it's a poor
All
one,
right,
Cranky.
but no,
It don't
but
bring across
but
the
let me
point,
ask you a
Cranky.
question. Let me ask you a question,
Can we
Farmer.
move to another topic? Because formula
But
can
El
be
Salvador has
look at
USL
it like this,
players in
Cranky.
their team.
Look at it like this,
What
Cranky.
kind of analogy
We
is
play
that?
football in Jamaica, right? You know what type of football is played in Jamaica? Kick it, run it down, and rock football game. That's what they play. Number 2, when you check it, how many creative midfielders have Jamaica produced?
Hold on, CC. Hold on. 1 second, because me understand what they
I
say.
was telling you a factual thing.
Is
Kick it, run it
was
down.
but
That
Ravel Morrison was not born or grew up in Jamaica. And me not see him a play kick and run down in the championship. Me don't understand
no, when
you
you're saying
talk
that,
about.
but I'm saying to you, in the game last night, Ravel could not play the game that he was. Ravel was playing CDM. I'm telling you this
No.
already.
CC, Formula Ravel didn't play yesterday.
I
That's
agree.
that's Formula's words.
Yeah.
Ravel
I
didn't play
agree.
yesterday.
He was
Ravel,
non-existent.
Ravel was
Okay.
playing CDM. If Ravel was non-existent, Mexico would have run through the middle. Ravel was playing CDM. Just look at the game. I watched the game. Ravel was the one making all of the
But
tackles.
Mexico
that the
wasn't
defensive.
really trying to go through the middle
No,
though.
what
They
I'm
were
saying,
trying to get the ball out wide.
but Mexico could not have gone through the mid because Ravel would have tackled. If you look at it, Ravel made all the tackles when it came onto the midfield. Speedy was not doing that work. Speedy was practically better off playing like the weak left midfield or one of those other midfield because Ravel had to be doing that work,
No,
and that is
Speedy is
not a problem.
quality. Ravel is quality. Flemo is quality. Lamar Walker is quality. I'm going with what Formula saying. They are quality, but they're not the quality that we need them to be, so we can beat these teams. That's a fact.
That is
I don't
arguably the
understand.
rub.
Cranky,
That's the rub.
that does not make sense to me. Our players are playing at a higher level than El Salvador players, than
No,
Panama players.
the
And
players are
they are
playing. They're
putting
playing in the country that they're born,
is
sir.
the El Boss Tool, Kemal Tool Malcolm a tear up the El Salvadoran league. Virgin Tool can't make a side. When you see
El
Tool
Salvador
play, Tool
is
look
El Salvador ahead of
lost.
us in the tables? Is El Salvador ahead of us in the tables?
Yes, no, but the
Yeah,
point
that is the
is
next thing.
that
Why are
is
we
true.
comparing ourselves to a team?
No,
that
but
is
I'm
not about?
talking about the performances. The
Gentlemen, I
performances.
gotta cut out here.
All
All
right,
right, Devon,
all
Devon.
right, Coach Devon, take care.
Bless
Can
and
we
respect,
talk about
Coach
the
Devon.
Panama game, please? Can we
Bless
talk
and
about the
respect.
Panama?
El Salvador, like for instance, against Mexico, played much better against Mexico than we did at almost half the possession.
And
Yeah,
last,
Formula,
and
We got
last.
the
Formula,
ball
you're
into
right. You're right,
front
Formula.
a
You're
lot.
right. You're right. Formula, you're right. Can we talk about the Panama game that's coming up?
And last. El Salvador last.
Now,
Anyway.
Formula will never have consensus. We're going to beat it
Mhm.
to death. We won't have consensus. We
I
disagree with
think,
you.
I think at worst we're the fourth best team in CONCACAF. That's what I think in the current octagonal.
Okay. And it's shown. It won one game. Anyway, you are what your record say you are. That's my
Formula.
The
philosophy.
In
Panama
terms of
game.
the individuals.
We're going to the Panama game. Formula,
Mhm.
Cronky CC. Who are the standout names, the leaders who will be required and expected to show up with the aforementioned quality that Formula seems to be alluding to?
Well,
And
for me, Paul
Crank has
Hall.
some
Paul Hall. Paul Hall
difficulties
needs to
with.
show up. Paul Hall needs to show up. I'm gonna take Formula as bird. Paul Hall needs to show up and have the right strategy so we can exhibit the quality on the field and we can dominate Panama. So Paul Hall needs to show up. Please show up, Paul Hall, with your quality.
Yes, Paul, you need to show up, boss. You need to show up.
I think the game will be a different game in Panama because number one, we are going to have a CDM in the middle of the park in Kevin Stewart. There's no if nor but nor maybe. I can tell you one player that is going to start Sunday, and his name is Kevin Stewart. Going to start. So when they say there's no if but nor maybe, he has to start. What I
So
think.
CC, 1 second. Brian Sims is saying, it's a super chat. Thanks, Brian, for your almost $10. The rivalry between El Salvador and Mexico is different between Jamaica and Mexico. El Salvador despises Mexico as a superior soccer nation and play them with a higher level of intensity than they play Jamaica. Yeah, you do have that between Jamaica and Trinidad you do have that rivalry. Well, not much of a rivalry, but you may think you're a rival if you're Honduras or El Salvador, speak the same language, have a history. So that does matter into it. Actually, let's factor into it
Like a derby line.
when you play. Yeah, it's like it's not a true derby because you think it's a derby if you're El Salvador, but for Mexico it probably isn't. But you do have that rivalry, so it may factor into how hard you play and how how you produce in that given day. Sorry, go ahead, CC.
Yeah, so as I said, the game against Panama, we will have a true CDM in Kevin Stewart. It's not like before when we played them the first game, we never had a true CDM. In this game that we just concluded, we never had a true CDM. So now we will have a true quality CDM, even though he hasn't played football, organized football since the 2021 season. So he's basically just has come back from rehab and practically training and just coming back into the groove. So, but we will have a true CDM, ball playing CDM. So we will see what he brings to the table.
So
The
who would
next,
you substitute in the team from the last game? Who would you replace from the
who
last
would I
game?
replace from the last game?
To start the game. To start the game.
I would replace Speedy to start the game.
Only Speedy.
I would replace Speedy to start the game, based on how the game is. And even looking at it, I would replace Speedy, and it's just that Ravel Morrison, boy, I mean, I know. Ravel. You're starting Ravel, but it's not. I don't think Ravel is a starter. That's how difficult it is right there. I don't think Ravel is a starter. So based on the squad, my back line I would go for is Mariapa with Ethan Pinnock in the back. Javane Brown, I assume, will get over his little niggle and play. So you have Mariapa, Ethan Pinnock, Javane Brown, and Greg Lee start the game. Because I'm not sure what. Maybe the coach will start taxing because he took him off early. But I would say Greg Lee, Ethan Pinnock, Mariapa, Javane Brown. That's the back. Kevin Stewart in the midfield. The two in front of Kevin Stewart is the issue where that's where the issue lies. So we tried Walker there. No, we tried Walker up front. I think if I'm the coach, I'm taking a gamble again because there's nothing to lose. So I will start Peter Lee Vassell. Beat me or beat me not. I would start Peter Lee Vassell beside Daniel Johnson. And then I'll start
Beat you.
Corey Burke, and Antonio, Corey Burke, Antonio, and Jonah Flemings up top. So
What would
that's
be
how
your team? What would be your team formula?
that would be my team.
For the upcoming Panama game, honestly, I want to roll the dice and start Stewart. But boy, I think we have to bear in mind Stewart has not played any game time for quite some time. He has not played any game time for quite some time. So to start a player like that in a game that will probably be very intense because the Panamanians play with a high level of intensity, right, which will force to up our ante. Boy, I don't know. I don't think I want to start him, but I don't think I would. I don't think it would be the best this or the wise decision to do. Obviously, Antonio starts. I would go with Bobby. I would go with Bobby Flemmer and Rav and DJ, Ravel and Speedy as the two. We need a CDM though, We need a out and out CDM for that game there,
So you have to start him. Me tell you, say there, you
Why?
can't go down. You can't go
Yeah.
around it. You
Yeah,
can't go
but you
around
see
it.
my point now about the match fitness though, CC.
I see it,
Yo,
man.
Stewart no play for a minute, bro. And second thought, me da go, me da start the game with Stewart and Ravel. Me da roll the dice, me da roll the dice on second thought. Right back, Javian Brown, from what I hear, is fit. Javian Brown at left back, me da get taxi the edge over Lay. The two centre backs would be Pinnock definitely and Moore. Even though Moore is another one that has played little game time in quite some time. And in a 4-2-3-1 kind of
I think when I look at the back four though, I think the coach will always try to start two players that have a lot of experience with two players that are less capped in the team. So that is why I said my picking I would go with Mariapa in the back line because I
CC,
don't
you had a
want
team, or CC, you had your team, no, CC. You had
sorry.
your team. We hear your team. You don't know why you go back to your team again. Richard, you went to stay your team. You had Barry Appa, you had Pino. The man had more. I don't know why you want change field team to your team. Go ahead, Richard.
You're spot on, Stan. You're spot on.
Go ahead, Richard.
The Mexican game was a game that the midfield was the area of main concern as far as I was concerned. The midfield area, having a CDM, having a robust, solid midfield with the capacity to attack but defend is really important. That still shot that you saw, that I'm sure we've all saw with the Jamaican midfield running after the Mexican attack, which was loitering with intent in our penalty area, was concerning. I personally think that Stewart starting would warm my heart. I think a CDM is a really important area. Brazil have it with Casemiro. I remember Fernandinho stepping in for Casemiro in the last World Cup in Russia, and the difference was palpable. Kevin De Bruyne, Lukaku, the whole kit and caboodle of them were running through that midfield and caused all kinds of mayhem. That is such a crucial area. Kevin Stewart, I think, I've heard him speak, very eloquent, caliber, high quality player, hungry to compete. And I'd like to see him start in the midfield. Devon Williams, I've got a lot of time for. He's always full of energy, gives 110% effort. And Morrison, I was really happy to see Morrison play. I've not seen the game in its entirety, so I don't know exactly how Morrison performed. I know he provided a wonderful pass, an opportunity for Andre Gray, which was fluffed, one of those situations. But Kevin Stewart starting, if he's fit, would be great. What I'm looking for really is Paul Hall to have his charges ready for battle. Can I ask you guys?
No. Let's finish your team first before you ask.
Well, it's difficult to call for the team. All right. I mean, it's difficult because, for example, Jermaine Brown would be one I would start with, but the knock, I don't know how serious the knock is, and I tell you what, no one's actually talking about just how serious the knock is, because if
it's not serious, he's okay. From what I understand, he's okay.
Oh, from what you understand, he's okay.
From what I heard, he's okay.
Okay, well that'd be great.
So Brown not come off the field.
A direct quote from Javier, bro. I'm good.
Cataract, I've just seen you. I was intently trying to figure out what my team would be. Good to see you, Cataract.
You know what? I just said a direct quote from the baller.
I was wondering when Cataract playing touchdown. When they play in touchdown, Cataract, is this Panama?
We're not digressing. We go with the team. Cataract, you have a team. Good night. You have a team that you'd select for Panama game?
I was about to defer to Cataract. I'd like to hear what Cataract's got to say about
it. We don't want a soliloquy. We just want your team.
No, you can't mad me up. Remember that.
We don't want a soliloquy. We just want your team.
No, you can't mad me up.
Don't speak. I'm going to click you out then. I'm going to remove you then. Just give me your team. We have a program. We have structure and standard. We're not having it today. I'm telling you, I'm serious. Give me a team. Give me a team.
The job belongs to Paul Hall. In fact, because of the paucity of the number of players in a 23-man squad, Damian Lowe on red. I do not know. I tried to be around the team until they left. I did not see Richard King or another centre-back replacement come in. So we're basically going to Panama in a must-win with 22 players now. Like one down because Damian Lowe is on a red card. So the team picks itself. Taxi had to come off. I think he ran out of steam. So
let's hear your team. What do you mean 22 man, it picks itself? There's only 11 game players on 22.
Javier Brown, Ethan Pinnock, Liam Moore, Taxi Lawrence, Kevin Stewart, Daniel Johnson, Ravel Morrison, Michael Antonio, Corey Burke, and Junior Fleming.
What formation is that?
I'm assuming the coach is using his same formation as 4-3-3.
4-3-3. So I'm gonna pick my team, which is very similar to
I
everybody
would,
else.
I would have had Andre Gray, but I think that the coach is going to go with Corey Burke.
So my team would be
in a wide area.
Yes,
in a wide area.
Yeah, he's gonna give him the berth that Lamar Walker had. I mean, the Panamanians are big and physical, and Lamar Walker couldn't cope with the Mexicans, so I don't know how he would cope with the Panamanians. So that would be.
I don't think Lamar Walker had a really bad compared to Flemo. I don't think it was even close. Lamar Walker played a better game. At least he got fouled twice.
Whenever he got on the ball, he did okay.
He did okay.
We couldn't get the ball to our front line players. That was more the problem.
So here's my team, and then we can talk about other things. My team is similar backline like Qatar. My midfield would be Stewart, Speedy, and DJ. And my forwards would be Antonio, Burke, and Greg Lee. There is no way I'm playing Lamar Walker or Flemo. Look, people say, what? We talk about Greg Lee? He's a right left back.
Yeah, man.
He can't be worse than what we have. And actually, he can play both ways, and he has a left foot, and he can cross the ball and pass the ball to the person with the same jersey as he does. He can't be worse than what we have. It's not even close. In fact, he's very impressive on the left. So you're going to help Taxi out, who gets tired, and he's going to be able to beat a man and cross the ball to somebody who looks like him, who has the same jersey he does, and actually can do something when he has the ball. There's no way I'm playing Lamar Walker. I'm playing Flem out there. Not happening. Now, people may laugh, Greg Lee, what are you talking about, Crank? Yes, he can't be worse than what we have. No way. And he actually plays physical. He runs the line really well. If I'm the coach, I'm taking a risk because what I have doesn't. I think about quality, guys, not the quality.
Crunk, can I just jump in very briefly here? Because you surprised me with the Greg Lee.
I surprised myself too, but I'm thinking about options.
I hear what you're saying about the quality that Greg. I think he's underestimated and he shouldn't be. He actually brings energy. He can cross. But here's my question, and it'll go to the panel. But Crunk, check this out. I heard you loud and clear. We all heard you, and
I love the laughing in the chat. And I smile because Teddy Lee.
Somebody said master stroke that.
You guys can laugh all you want, but you have no better option.
But you know,
I hear Crank loud and clear. Let me ask the question, Crank.
What is your team, Richard? Every time we come on, Richard, you're not giving a team. You're asking questions.
No,
he gave us most of his team.
Yeah, man. I gave most of the team. The last time I gave it was an 8 or 9. But don't worry about that. Would you give? And I heard Talawa TV allude to this, so it's not coming from me directly. But I want to check with you. Would you give youth a run going forward? And at what point?
Yes, in the next window. In the next window, if we don't do well in this window, yes. Next window, yes, definitely. In fact, I would go get the players who I want to cap and players who are younger like the King and play them. Yes, definitely. I give them the experience. I know it's unfair to the teams who are trying to qualify and who may be up the top of the table jockeying, but I would give those players an opportunity. Yes.
Do you think they've got the quality? Do you think they've got before Formula comes in? Do you think they've got the requisite quality? The Walkers? Are you talking about the Walkers and the Vassels? Maybe the Desarts, the Shaws?
I'm talking about the Kings of the world. I'm talking about Damari Gray to cap them and lock them up. That's what I'm talking about. King did embarrass himself against Peru.
If we feel a team in these qualifiers with the likes of King, Vassell, Fletcher, Beckford, we will be utterly annihilated.
No, we weren't talking about all the. We're talking about a balanced team, but you got to get some kids. King got to get a chance to me. Damari Gray has to be brought in, get him his passport, lock him up for 2026.
I think.
Don't let him keep on playing well in England and Southgate lock him up and give him one cap and he can't play for us or play for England again.
Yeah, King is actually, from what I'm seeing, somebody say He's
I would
actually
love for the
Hold
coach to
I
give Greg
think
Lee a chance at
King's
wide, and all the people
performance.
laughing at me. I love when people laugh at me, you know, because normally I'm right anyways. I don't worry about it. Telling me
No,
they're
but
smiling at
I
saying
think
Greg Lee and think it's a stupid idea, and I'm smiling thinking,
no,
have
but
you seen our wingers play?
But cranky.
we can
The
actually
mere fact
play.
that we're so short on the wings that you have to be putting a left back in the wing position. Who
Gareth
picked the team?
Gareth Bale.
Well, you guys want to play.
Where is
Wait.
Blair Turgot?
Formula. You
Right?
guys want to
Where
play three at
is
the back in the first place. So your wing backs would almost be playing wing anyway. So
Exactly.
when you have three at the back and you say we should play wing backs and they're going to be the wingers and we're going to play, why are people
Hold
so
on.
shocked about Greg Lee playing on the left?
No, I'm not saying I'm
Cranky, where did
shocked.
Gareth
But
Bale
what I'm
start
saying
out?
is that the player is predominantly a left fullback, right?
Gareth
The
Bale.
mere fact that you are putting him on the wings means that we were short on the wings from the squad was selected. I think everybody agreed with that. We were short on quality in the wings from the squad selection was announced. Who picked the squad?
Well, Formula, me ask you, where did Gareth Bale start out?
But boss, come
No,
on.
answer the question. No, that is not his what.
That's an anomaly, CC.
It's not
Welcome,
an
Michael.
anomaly.
Michael, good night, Michael. Welcome.
Good night. It's not
Yes,
an
Michael. It's my job.
Let's hear from Michael. Michael, you may not have heard the conversation.
So you're going to accommodate Michael with this little ganja tree. No problem. But
No, I mean everything look like ganja to you. When you
Mikey,
everything look like ganja to you. There's nothing on that yellow thing look like ganja to me. But anyway,
speak, Michael. Speak.
Yeah, Michael, speak.
Yeah, well, I agree with most of what y'all saying.
Hold on. Oh, that's a very general speech, you know. Formula's been talking some rare business, you know. So be careful when you're saying them kind of sweeping statements, you know, because Formula has been talking a lot and we've not understood what he's been saying. So what have you been saying?
You have
makes
not
sense.
been understood what I mean. You have not been understanding.
Michael, please
we
speak.
can't
Please.
do much, you know. We're going to have to start Brown, Pinnock. I will go with Moore and Lee. I like how Taxi plays, and he can deliver good dead balls, but in between the sporadic dead balls that we win, he doesn't really do much for me, be honest, you know. Midfield, I think we have to go with Stewart and Johnson, and I'm going to give Ravel another try again. I am really tempted to go with Speedy over him, to be honest with you. And up front, yes, the Panamanians are physical, but I still would go with Antonio on the left, Bobby Reed on the right, and Andre Gray in the middle.
Antonio on the left.
Play Antonio out wide?
Yes.
Antonio on the left.
He plays wide. He plays wide for West Ham cause I will heap of trouble out there.
That's Michael's team, right? I said Greg Lee because I need my wingers to play both ways and can actually pass the ball to people who have the same jersey they have on, because we seem to can't pass the ball. I've seen Bobby Reed play in a number of windows now. He hasn't played well. None of the wingers have played well.
Antonio on the wide would score because Andre Gay will pass the ball back to him. Even if he's on the goal line, he will pass the ball to Antonio. And that is his specialty, to pass the ball.
He passed it one time. And what he was trying to do is lock up.
He's supposed to score the goal. I told love that. He's supposed to score the goal. You're a striker. Your job is to put the ball in the back of the net. Once you are not doing that job, you don't need up on the field.
Is that the instruction you got from his coach?
What, when you're in front of the goal, the empty goal, you turn the ball back?
Goal was empty.
This basically put the ball through the legs of the keeper right there. Goal. You can't get it easier than that. And
So what I'm going to say to you, in my short time here, I was at the stadium, and therefore I don't have the benefit of replays and commentary. The game is on at 2 a.m. this morning. I'm going to set my alarm, and I'm going to watch the televised version to see if it says something any different. I wanted really to come on the program to speak to Mr. Cronky, who, and I quote, Ravel Morrison is the only player that can create time and space on the ball. Ravel Morrison is the only player that, well, not the only one, but he was totally. Where was the time and space when the Mexicans were hustling?
So tell me when I can respond.
That's a question.
So let me just say this. Do not use one game as a barometer to judge anyone on anything. You're the one who came here when we played Panama, waxing lyrically about you at the stadium, how great they look, how wonderful they look. You beat people like, what's the kid that comes on IMAX program? They bottled him because we said we may lose. And you're like, oh, we may lose. What are you talking about? We're going to win. And you came on here in tears after that game, crying your little eyes out because you got spanked because you overestimate the ability of your team. I've seen Ravel play. He has the ability to do so. He was poor, and I call him out for his poor play. But you and I know Ravel can create time, but he couldn't even control the ball yesterday. I have no idea what he was doing. He wasn't playing, but it's one game. Would I play him on the next game in Panama? I would not start him. No, I wouldn't, because I was very perturbed. No, let's say this. He worked hard defensively, by the way. There was a little coach running around like he was lost. And that's not the Ravel I've seen play football for Burnley, for Derby or any other team I've seen him play in the past, or when he was at West Ham years ago. Very shocked about his performance. But people age, and when they age, they sometimes age quicker than others, given their lifestyle. I have no idea what his problem is, but he was poor. So does that answer your question, or you have more questions? But I do have answers. Be careful.
You mute, Cataract.
I would mute myself too if I was you.
No, I respect, but I understand that you can't help yourself. Others are muted. You just seem to don't know the mute. Anthony Grant makes PD look good. Comment.
Anthony Grant is a good player. Is Anthony Grant the elixir? Is he what we need? Would he have helped us against Mexico? No. He would have been just another person in the middle of the park, confused about what we were doing or not doing in that game. When he played Mexico, we had 27% possession in Mexico. Yesterday, we were 2% less. So maybe we would have made up the 2% because he got fouled about 5 times in that game, but 2% wasn't going to help us. We lost the game yesterday twofold. The brilliant tackle made by our center half, which was trying to clean up everything in front of him, and our right back, who I'm not sure why he was on the field. So those are two things. There were other reasons why we lost, right? We weren't in the game in the first place.
Hold on. Please.
We're in the game.
Are you referring to the pointing boss? When you said a right back? Or
Javane Brown didn't. Javane Brown had a horrible first half also.
Okay.
He was terrible in the first half. We were lucky to give a penalty away. So we shouldn't blame the right back for every single thing in that game, because we were just poor throughout the game. We weren't in the game. We got lucky. And look, they didn't create a ton of chances, to be fair, because we defended really well. We should give ourselves some credit. We defended really well, especially with 10 men, but we came out on the wrong end of the field. But I'm not going to knock any player just continually, because we do that really well as a people. I would say we got to play better next time.
So, wouldn't you say, and I have 2 more questions, and I'm going to say it.
You just trying to get under my skin, as you know. Go on. No more Anthony Grant, by the way, because everyone's waxing lyrical about Anthony Grant. Yes, he's a good player. He's not the answer.
I just want to ask, and the truth of the matter is, he, as we know now, he would have only been available for this game, or would have had to fly in on a private jet come Monday morning, but certainly would have been available for all 3 because he has to sign to a new club.
By the way, 1 second, Qatar, just confirm. Is it Scunthorpe? Is the new club he's signing for?
Colchester. Scunthorpe.
No, Scunthorpe. There are 2 clubs, but it looks like he had played for the manager at Colchester before, and he said at his age, he played for him when he was young as a boy. He said at his age he can't deal with the screaming and the cussing and the whatever. He's a big man now, so he's just going to allow that. And more importantly, again, he said, I don't think Colchester, and I want to give thanks to Jamal Campbell Rice, who made the link. Because we have to have a network of Reggae Boyz as we help each other. But not to go off the track, the important things about the Colchester deal, when it's sealed, he passed his medical today.
The Scunthorpe.
Scunthorpe, he passed his medical. Is that they have guaranteed him to start the remaining 20 games of the season. And secondly, that he will be released to represent Jamaica whenever required. So they recognize him as signing an international player.
Anthony Grant should be in the squad.
Those were the two things that were important to him. And I'm on Crank. So I add an extra question. So Cranky, I want to ask you 2 questions on Anthony Grant and 1 question on the pointing boss. Let me start with the pointing boss. Who was he pointing to on the second goal? We saw it in the stands and we were perplexed. Maybe you guys saw like a duppy or something on the screen. Blur, but if you could tell me who he was pointing to. Because Liam Moore, who he was calling to go and mark, seemed to have been marking somebody very closely. So I don't know if you could help me.
No, he lacked awareness on both
anybody. He was pointing out that he was not where he should have been.
So no, I think what happened, Cataract, he lacked awareness on both goals. So on the first goal, we were in good defensive positions, really well good setup position, except for him.
Except for Albers.
Except for him realizing where his man is. And even if you don't get to the ball, Cataract, you ease the man out the way. You put your body on him to throw him off from the header, right? And Blake also wasn't in the best position. Because Blake was too close to the post for the other end when he didn't have to be that close to the post. So be a little more centered. But he probably still wouldn't have gotten to the ball. On the second goal, I have no idea what he was doing. First of all, he was marking Moore's man. He should be marking his own man. Because Moore had to play a mark and cover.
He was marking Moore.
Well, yeah.
So it was not an operation. I will look back at it at 2 o'clock.
No, it was plain as day. In fact, Military Guna captured the picture really well to show the positioning and showed you that he was not where he should have been.
But the thing about it is, I think what Alva suffers from is the same thing a lot of us in Jamaica suffers from when we're crossing the road. We do not look to see what is going on in behind us. So what he was doing when he was on the field, he did not look around to make himself aware of what was going on in and around his space.
CC, my brethren, you have this way of saying things that don't make sense. The man was ball watching. We could just use 2 words. We don't have to wax eloquently because there were no vehicles passing.
So let me just say this. By the way. He was not the only one ball watching in the game.
No, he was not. He seemed to be enjoying a bird's eye view of the match.
Even the keeper was ball watching. Blake was ball watching.
No, there were a number of times in the game, especially in the first half, where they split the defense, where Javon Brown was ball watching and not glancing to see where his man is. Javon Brown had a horrible first. I know people don't talk about this, I'm shocked.
Yeah, man, he had a horrible first.
No,
he had a ridiculously bad first half.
Javon Brown was, as a matter of fact, he almost gave away a penalty. That's why I can't understand how people accuse the referee of being biased against us. We are almost,
the referee was biased,
a penalty.
They're going to beat the referee, boy.
I'm biased still, but
we should have. Javon Brown's tackle was a penalty.
Let me answer 2 questions. I'll tell you why the referee was biased. About the 60-something minute, Mexico should be down to 10 men as well. Because that clothesline, that WWE clothesline on Antonio, that was certainly violent conduct.
That wasn't a red card, Qatar. No, I can't agree.
I will look at it and see it on the TV, but I just want to get back to Cranky. Grant, if you were in the squad, would you say if he was brought on the 80th minute, the substitution, we would have been able to see out the game?
No. And the reason why is this, because the problems weren't coming to the middle of the park, The problems were coming from out wide. What they were doing was spreading the ball out wide, doubling up out wide on our left and right back to try to get the ball in to be dangerous. So think about it this way, which is both goals came from crosses from the left over to the right. He wouldn't have been in the play.
Are Jamaica naive? Is the coach naive, or is the team just not good enough and snooze and lose in key moments?
No, you cannot say the team is not good enough. For 10 men to hold out against Mexico,
Rank 14th or 15th in the world.
for half an hour,
Yes.
it's not a poor team.
Go ahead.
It's not a poor team. We were sold short by individual lapses. And I think on another program, I think on JD's program, I said this. I told him, we had no room for error. And unfortunately, we committed four major errors in that game. Damian Lowe's tackle, Alvis Powell's new demonstration of how to be a right back in terms of pointing, and Andre Gray not taking the chance. There was also one I saw, I can't remember who it was, that got the ball wide out on the left, and we won the ball, and then they happened to just like near the 18-yard but wide, and they happened to turn the ball all the way back into our defense. But I don't know. So we just made individual errors, and they cost us dearly.
Cataract, what's your take? This could be a deciding vote potentially. Michael is there also to join in. What's your take on the question regarding the vexed Q word? My Q word is qualification, but the other Q word is quality. Does Jamaica have the requisite quality to compete? And if they do, are you at all concerned with this 30% possession figure that is written large across this campaign?
You're playing without a holding midfielder. And when you played with a holding midfielder, we had holding midfielders who were a combined age of 70 plus. You can't keep a hold of the ball.
Is that the sole reason? I know the midfield area is a constant concern from where I am. That is absolutely key. But
you know
beyond that,
you know what the wickedest concern is? No, we don't have a player up front. We don't have a target man like a Benteke who can hold on to the ball for 15 seconds or 30 seconds to allow onrushing attackers to join the attack. We don't have that kind of forward.
So you don't think Mikel Antonio
is not a hold up. No, Antonio's not a hold up, man. He's short. Antonio's not 6 foot.
He's 5'11", and he does it for West Ham in the English Premier League. Hold up.
No, man. Antonio for West Ham bullies players, turns on the afterburners, and uses pace to get in behind the line. He's not a hold up, man.
That's right.
So you don't see Mikel Antonio hold up the ball all the time for West Ham United to get to.
He's not a target man.
I mean, I agree with
Antonio's not a target man. Antonio comes in from wide right or wide left.
I'm not saying it's predominant. I'm not saying it's predominantly his game, but what I'm saying, I've seen him do it enough in the English Premier League to know that he can do it for us. He has the quality to do it for us. He's 5'11", if I'm not mistaken, and he's strong.
So can we talk a little bit about the Panama game, upcoming game? We talk about what we need to do to get a good outcome.
I did interrupt Qatar though. Let him finish, and then we can
I think in my assessment, and I say I'm cautious in my assessment because I really want to put my eyes on the game. I actually put my eyes on the Peru game and wanted to go back if we can at some point in time, Mr. Moderator, because I think we're delusional, and what we fool ourselves into thinking doesn't translate in reality. Now, the point I want to make, Formula, and Richard, and Cranky, Michael, Well, CC is a commenter. He's not really a panelist. Can I see my type more in the comment section? Anyway,
If only you would
the
give me a
right
chance to
back position.
Yeah, panel.
The right back position cost us this game. It cost us the game in Mexico. And I think about 2 other games in this competition. It had been identified from as far back as April that our right back and CDM were the 2 weak links in the team. I think we got what we deserved. The right back position, I've said before, they are between the Premier League, which they are 8, and 17 in the Championship. We have a choice of 25 possible right backs. 25. So the position where you have need is the position where God has provided manna from heaven, including one who is a Jamaican, as in Nathan Ferguson. And if you could call,
aren't all of them Jamaican, Qatar?
no, born Jamaican. Born Jamaican.
Just checking.
But no, they wouldn't. All of them wouldn't be Jamaican now because they haven't applied for the citizenship. I said they're eligible for Jamaica, but God even went ahead and blessed you with one who is born in Jamaica and who stand rubbing his eye.
Okay, it's a revisionist history. We can't change it.
God went ahead.
But Qatar, we can't change it
early from injury. No, he has been back.
But Qatar,
he has played. He has come on as a substitute twice for Crystal Palace in the Premier League this season, which is more appearances. 2022, which is more appearances than Kevin Stewart had in this year.
But Qatar, even Wes Harding is a better option than Alvarez. We don't even have to go so far.
No, well, why I say that goes so far now, I'm saying even if the technical committee felt that they were not pleased with what they got from Wes Harding, and the truth be told, Stan, I think we'd all be happy for a defensive-minded right back, who could have closed out the game for 10 minutes. And I honestly believe Wes Harding could have shut down a game in 10 minutes.
Well, here's the question, Kedera. What we have asked ourselves, because I think we're very stuck on where players have played versus where they possibly can play. Can Greg Lee play right back? Just because you're one-footed, or maybe one-footed, doesn't mean you can't play on the other side of the field.
Okay.
Because if you're in an emergency situation and you need someone to fill a gap for 10 minutes, do you put Greg Lee on at right back or Alvarez on at right back, for example?
What's happened to Mariappa?
Mariappa, to me, is a better right back at this point than Alvarez. He struggles He struggled against Honduras. He struggled.
But he could close out the game. 10 minutes?
Possibly, but he was getting burned against Honduras.
To be fair, I think Mariappa would have been a better option. I think
he would have been.
He would have been a better option, but we also have to remember Mariappa doesn't really have the pace either. So in 1v1s, he might be a little bit.
I would have put Greg Lee out there. But Taxi had come off already, right? But to me, in an emergent, someone like Greg Lee, who I believe, given how I see him play, look like he has the versatility to play in different positions. Frankly, maybe not in the middle of the park, but out wide. And I need to defend with vigor, with speed, with strength. And when I get the ball and give it to the person who has the same jersey, I would play him. I would stop thinking about him just being a left back and where he can fill a spot for a certain amount of time.
What I've got in this
we needed to switch out Lawrence to,
Malik Mills, are you speaking factually that King is going to replace Lowe against Mexico? Is that a fact or?
That's what we have been hearing. I don't know how true it is.
To be honest, I'm not. I see the guy has posted on his Instagram saying that he's in Panama.
Well, it's going to be Mexico, not Mexico. You mean Panama?
Panama.
And also Costa Rica, because he's out for 3 games, a straight red card.
Yeah, he's out for the rest of the games. And then Aka is out as well, right? I don't think Aka is there.
I say this, Mr. Special Edition.
Bring up Aka.
That was saying Aka would have done a better job than Alvarez Powell last time.
No, man, don't talk, man.
Let's not get fanciful here now. Come on.
No,
Stop
Crunk,
it. Just stop it. Just stop it. All right.
Crunk, when you was
This is a
talking about
serious
the
debate.
yeah, man, Crunk, when you were talking about the club v country analogy, it was really brought into stark focus, and this is why originally I disagreed with you and wanted to take issue with you, because from here, London, England, with a heart beating for Jamaica, good and true. When I see Alvis Powell, I saw Formula, God knows, full respect. I saw you on that watch along on a rerun, and you were absolutely adamant that you did not want to see a particular player step onto that pitch. And this is one of the difference, Cataract and Crunk, between the club and country, which I think is pretty obvious, but we need to make the point. When somebody comes on, such as Mr. Powell, and in the space of 2 or 3 minutes, when you're looking to close out a key game, you're given the instructions by new head coach Paul Hall to get in position, and you're given instruction on what to do, and you go onto the pitch, and in the space of 2 or 3 minutes, Formula's worst nightmares came true, and from a 1-0 lead in a key game to be seen as somebody who cannot be anything but a liability, that smacked us diametrically opposed to the club situation, where you can simply spend money on a quality player who you know can do a job. Paul Hall had the option of Mariappa, as far as I was aware, or Alvis Powell. He chose, or someone chose Powell. Powell goes on, and we see the rest is history. A club scenario, you don't have the option of let's call Alvis Powell on to close out a game, or someone of that quality, or quote unquote not so high quality. That's the big difference between the club and international game. You can only play who you can play. I remember Brazil playing a game, and they had a left back, or right, it was a left or right back, who was absolutely not on the standard of the rest of the team, but because they had a paucity of fullbacks, the guy had to come on. So when we see Powell, it's not equatable to the club situation, because that situation just would not come up. But it was really alarming, because I've got here, the future is bright. The future is bright. The future is right. The future is bright for Jamaica, because we've got a great crop of talent, though I think we need a reboot. But that right-hand position has really come home, as Cataract has said. It's come back to bite us big time, and it sucks, to be honest. It absolutely sucks.
Let me say a couple of things, Richard.
It's just this. It was horrible.
So let me say a couple of things. One is
horrible.
Hall's game management wasn't excellent yesterday, because I thought Javon Brown should be taken off in the first half. He would just. And I heard they had a stellar game. Isn't it ironic? I think secondly, said that he had a stellar half. Greg Lee has the ability to play right back. Why do you put him at right back in the first half? Because Javon Brown was having a nightmare. Manning's mentioned on his program that where he sat in the stadium, this is really terrible. I'm going to say 2 things. Where he sat in the stadium, when they put on a player in the 88th minute, 2 persons beside him said, "We lose now," and walked out the stadium. They didn't look to see what's going to transpire. I cannot believe Manning's man on that. Thirdly, I say this to me. We actually should stop beating Powell, because I don't think anybody probably feels worse than the player. And we really go overboard sometimes when we're beating players. We want to squash them, put them in the ground, turn their head in, crush them. We have done that with Powell.
I don't want to do that.
I don't think that's the motivation. I think the motivation is we're trying to let who needs to hear.
Formula?
Alvis Powell.
There are programs being run on YouTube with his label, his name as the label. That's the main topic. That's all it's being discussed.
It has to be.
At some point,
I don't think you understand enough.
We've said it enough.
But Cranky, when you talked about Manning's man says some man get up out of the stadium and say the game done. And that's the same reaction we had on our watch along when
Formula,
he
that's what I'm saying, formula, which is we have said, I've said enough, we have all said enough. Can we talk about the Panama game and who should play? And we don't want him to play, and we all agree on that. I said the same thing about Haka. I said the same thing about Haka, which is we're beating the Haka thing to death. He's no longer playing. Like, rest the man. Who wants to not be able to pick up their Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter, read any newspaper, look at any YouTube?
You know, and let me say this, Dan. We are not going to be muzzled or sanitized here. A player.
And you can't take beating either. You can't take beating, so don't get.
3 years ago, at the 2019 Gold Cup, Michael Hector confronted Alvis Powell about the same damn thing. In this Gold Cup, he confronted the man, and we are told of the altercation. By the way, second one, so I want him. Him get it today. Him get it last night. Cuff. Some boy get cuff. Remember the gunman friend story and them something there. He has been like a cancer.
Cataract.
What has happened is we were just diagnosed stage 4 terminal. It done the cancer.
Cataract.
You know what Paul Hall should have done? Immediately after the first goal, Paul Hall should have substituted him.
But 2 minutes after. Cataract.
Take him out of the field. Cataract. Just go on.
Allegedly.
Alvis Powell doesn't pick himself. Alvis Powell doesn't pick himself in the squad or in the team.
That is the key point. That is the key
and
point.
that is why we're screaming out so loud, trying to highlight
Try to run off his mouth.
Is incapable.
We have been screaming from day one. We're screaming the Gold Cup. We're screaming the qualifiers.
Yeah, so we need to continue.
We're screaming out the wilderness. Nobody's hearing you.
We can't give up. But Qatar, can you say?
Instead of being humble, try to get loud and boisterous with the man them who are telling the said thing. And get boop.
But Qatar, you know, it's a serious point that you just made, because even after the first goal score, you know, I personally knew that a second was coming, you know. I mean, no, say they're going to cause the second goal for conceding, you know. So, boy, you're spot on with the analysis there, boss. When you say, Paul, should I take him off immediately?
Yeah, man. And I think that would have given a clear signal to people, no one in the future, that if you come on the field and don't carry out my instructions, I'm going to deal with you like a waste man.
So why aren't you guys beating Paul Hall for putting him in 23 in the first place?
Yeah, but also to, you know, there was the whole element of game management, because you know the man's confidence is low. You know he's been having issues, and we're under pressure from a Mexico team that needs a win. Do you not think that if you put him out there, the Mexicans going to target him? I'm sorry. That was.
But Michael. Not only that, they were talking that side all game.
Exactly. So why would you put somebody who is defensively a liability out there? I have to question the management decision right there.
Yeah.
Have to.
But again, you know, we see the opposition team's main point of attack, you know, is down there, left down our right. We saw it in the Peru game. We saw it in the Mexico game. We have been seeing it for the longest. They are seeing that we are vulnerable down that side of the flank, and they keep on applying pressure there. I will keep on using, for the most part, the same personnel. It's not a coincidence that the opposition team's main point of attack is down our right-hand side of our defense. It's not a coincidence.
Panelists, time is fast spent. I'm gonna love and leave you guys in a few minutes, but I'm enjoying the conversation. I hope people are hitting the like buttons and hit the like buttons on the way out, and do so right now. How competent do you feel that Jamaica are in terms of qualifying in tournaments and tournament play, how competent do you think they are? With that's the other Q word, Q for quality, but Q for qualification. I'm looking at the likes of Suriname, and I'm actually going to be following them a little closely. And Curacao is another team that may be on the up, but they seem to have a strategy in terms of player development, keeping a team together, as Devon Porter, coach, was alluding to. But what's the key strategy and focus for Jamaica going forward? Gold Cup, Nation Cup, and that 2026 campaign. We've got the Panama game coming up, then Costa Rica. So we could even end with this final five games that we've got to play. What's the key element that you feel, or key elements that Jamaica need to put in place to form an effective campaign? I'll tell you straight away, I'm a little alarmed, but this could be something that we need to look at, which is Paul Hall maybe giving out instructions on how to play the game, a la the Prug experience, though it was a friendly. But the players, because they're so seemingly set in their ways, the paint is not fully dried, where Paul Hall's instructions to either pass the ball, remain composed, are not being carried through. Maybe I'm over exaggerating things, because this was a 2-1 game. The games have been close. Jamaica have not been given poundings in this campaign. There's been small margins. How can we address and tidy up the campaign to actually make a strong bid in the forthcoming major competitions and the ending campaign in this octagonal?
What time is it? 11:43. We don't have enough time. We don't have to be done.
We
don't have enough time. There's a lot to be done.
We can make time to just touch base and, as I said, reboot.
The key components are the administration, the product, and the resources. Key components. You have the right people running things. They generate the resources to be able to execute what they want to execute, and they get the right product. They source the right players, put them on the field. Not rocket science.
Yeah, exactly. Can be done for this campaign, but
Nope.
The problem going forward will be, can they resource doing that? Because it can be done. You see Suriname trying to do it. They've made a decision. They're putting their money and their resources behind getting it done. They've chosen to start by going for a program. They have a coaching mentality in mind. They have a style of play in mind, and they are sourcing the players to meet that. We don't have that. We never did. We had a coach, we had a couple players, and we tried to make something work. And it hasn't worked. We, in terms of individual talent, we're right up there, but individual talent don't win. Not in team sports.
I want to
Team
give you
sport is a team win, and we just are not a team yet.
I want to give you a scenario. The player that came on the pitch was available and never called for the Peru game. The player that came on the pitch, the person they're saying that recommended the player to be on the pitch, was at his home allegedly, or in Jamaica, preparing for a Dakar Cup final allegedly, and not with the country. So you see, it's two people that are not supposed to be in around the team. And I think that is where a lot of persons always a beat coach and all these people. The assistant coach, we need a different assistant, him not fit around the team. How can we have a game and you're choosing the schoolboy football team over the country? Where in this world where in which world does these things happen? In formula? In which world only in Jamaica, as they would say, Jamaica wanna keep? Because I don't understand. And then the player that came on was available, never called for that game. And the coach that were apparently whispered into the ear of the head coach was available and wasn't made himself available for the Peru game. He made himself available to win a Dakar Cup title, and he never made himself available to win that game for that game. So do with the information what you like.
Again, though, it's resources. You know, if you pay people properly and demand professionalism, you will get it. If you are not going to put that in place, then that's what you'll get. You know,
That is not like that is facts that they're saying, Michael. I think the JFF should come off this thing about we're not. A lot of persons are about we're not paid enough. This thing about not being paid, we cannot have an organization and not paying people. Cause when they're not paying people, people take the piss, as the English people would say.
That's fair. That's a fair
We
point,
cannot
CC.
have an organization being run on voluntarism because a man are gonna do what he wants. You see, if I'm
That's a
paying
fair
you,
point.
you're supposed to show up. That's why we have measurable targets. You see, anything that cannot be measured doesn't get done. Just remember that. In any
Fair
work
point.
that you're doing, if it cannot be measured, it won't be done. It will be shoved aside. And if the person is not getting paid, then there are certain things that they will make priorities instead of a freebie then. And that is the biggest thing. Every time we hear a man come on social media, well, I'm not being paid enough. I'm not being paid enough.
But my thing is,
Say,
why make yourself available, CC, to do the job if you're not willing to do it to the best of your ability because you're not being paid?
because the point was not to do the job. The point was the stature and you know, the ability to
Prestige,
show that, yeah, that you have
status.
this position, you know, and that's entirely the wrong reason for taking it. But it turns out that that is primarily what happens in not-for-profits unless they're properly run.
yeah,
Cataract formula. What's the key to qualification success going forward for Jamaica? And Cataract, an extra question for you.
Win five
Oh,
games.
go ahead. Go ahead. What you say, sir?
Win 5 games.
Simple as that. Win 5 games.
Big up every ultra we check in. Kyle and the whole crew, Jarvis Paris, me see you, brother. Big up every ultra, whole team captain.
I thought it was ultras chicken.
Cataract makes a great point, though. I said it the last time I think I was here. You know, that we were what 5 points and wondering what we needed, and I said right clearly then we're not going to 2026 unless we win all the games remaining in this qualification, because without that World Cup money, the GFF has nothing, absolutely nothing to
That's
get
a
us to
that's a
2026.
massive point. That's a massive point.
I don't want to sound, doom and gloom, but the reality is they've shown no ability whatsoever to fundraise, to create a product that they can sell in terms of bringing in marketing rights, in terms of any of that. So the only way they're going to get a lump sum of money is some wealthy Jamaican somewhere in the world dies and bequeaths it to them, or they qualify for the friggin' World Cup. As simple as that. I don't only 2 years. And quite frankly, anybody who are dead right now, nah, give them the money.
No. But Cataract, I realized that I had played out the scenario where we needed Costa Rica to beat Panama, and we should do our job in beating Mexico. And up to the Haiti.
No. You're not going to rewrite history. On iMaxi TV, you sided with JD when I told and I said clearly we needed to win 6 games out of 6 and get 18 points to be guaranteed. And you try to say that even as low as 21 points, we can go to the World Cup. So no, you're not going to rewrite history and wiggle your way out. You
I
did
wa-
not say
The
that.
one the
There
one
were
thing I
all
know though,
permutations which could get us there. And I said to you, in the actuality of probability, you have to take into account that everybody else is trying to win their matches.
It's a fact.
So you can't start depending on other people when your own destiny is in your hands.
5
3
more
points
minutes.
last night and at 10 points now, other teams will be having to change their game plan for the next game on Sunday because Jamaica just jumped to 3 points, up to 10. Mexico would have to be rewriting the way that they are going to approach their next match. So now everybody can coast. The only thing that we can be give us a little glimmer is that maybe Panama wouldn't call up all their stars. Not Panama, sorry. Canada. Because they have qualified. And maybe we can go to Vancouver and get 3 points because we wouldn't be. But this is a weak Mexican team. COVID help with. Brockfoot help with. Everything help with. This is a weakened Mexican team. Man missed flight help with. What do? We gave it up. And Stan, I heard you earlier, this is just the end, say that we should take the time now to, if we don't win these games, in the next window, to cap some young players. Are you saying, as I am thinking, that should we not win this, then the Keenan Davises of this world, Cameron Archer, Deshaun Bernard,
Did you listen to Michael Ricketts?
Taylor Hart, along with
None will be called.
Pardon me?
None will be called. Did you not hear the president?
No, I think the president was referring to the Mikel Antonios of this world.
The president was referring to if you play overseas, you will be called because of budgetary concerns, depending on how this window is going. So no Mikel Antonio, no not the other new players. No,
but then I would not attempt to call Mikel Antonio to come play in a. I mean, you would just aggravate West Ham, and you might need him to come at another time, maybe to a friendly match or a Nations League. So I wouldn't call up Mikel Antonio in the next round if qualification is impossible.
There's no say that JPL 11 August in the boss.
No, but there's also something else that I would want to put the Mr. Ricketts on notice with. If you slide to like 70 something in the standings with no friendly games between now and World Cup, other teams will begin to jump ahead of you, and we could end up being like 90 something in the world just because of inactivity.
We don't want that. We don't want that.
And then you can't climb back up into the top 50. So this is not a zero-sum game.
Well,
people act like losing friendlies, it don't matter. It matters.
Yeah, but when I said this, that is either you have an administration that can get the business side of the football correct, i.e. Manchester United, the business side is going very well commercially.
Manchester United jumping at, we're talking about Jamaica.
No,
stick to the top more than these extraneous examples.
Qatar. Listen, but you see, this is a problem that we have, as Jamaicans, we tend to not want to use an example to teach or educate ourselves on a situation at hand, and we don't look outside and extrapolate from that to bring it into our statement.
Stan Kroenke has said in here, and
not me.
And the people in the panel, when I'm quoting Stan Kroenke, know it bad, that you have to have the systems. I've added that you have to have the structure.
And I'm saying to you that...
So we don't need to talk about money or whatever. What we need the JFF to do is have a robust marketing and public relations process, a robust recruitment process, get rid of the quota system, set proper policies. And we've dealt with the coach. The coach has changed. You know, do you know what I heard yesterday? You know what I heard yesterday when I walked past a particularly senior, powerful lady? Them fire tapper with more, and he was unbeaten. It was 2 times this new coach lose. So everybody doesn't.
But them people that don't know nothing about football, them just a chat. First of all, we not even have anybody in the stadium. These persons, they know nothing about football. Number one, she could be in the stadium, and fans, regular fans that vote for her, couldn't be in the stadium. You hear me? I tell them, I don't hear nothing from those.
So can I say a couple of things? One is, nobody like Brain Drain to be observing Cataract background and also those big burglar bars, Brain Drain. So get your glasses on. Those burglar bars are the preventative measure, not the windows. The windows are glass. Only Brain Drain. Secondly, I think the strategy JFF should employ is try to source a consulting firm to go out and source some competent people to run the JFF. I'm sorry. Replace yourself. Keller are talking about go marketing and go. No. First thing you gotta do is get the right people in the right seat to run the administration. Go get a consulting firm. It costs you a little bit of money to go out. And if you want to be a nationalist and really support your country and really have the program as an imperative and something you really want to make sure be successful, we'll source some competent people to run your organization so you can do all the things that we're all suggesting you should be able to do. That's your first objective, the first thing you should do. Nothing else matters. All the other things will fall into play when you get that done. When you're the right people, any company you go to, look at the management and then look at the success of that company. Most times those things are aligned. They're not mutually exclusive. Go ahead and get the right people to run the organization, you'll be okay.
Yeah. How the movie went? Show me the money. Show me the money. Right
Mr.
people will
Maguire.
come with money. They ain't coming for free.
No, but
That's
Michael, it
been
could be
the
a
problem.
contingency, Michael.
Huh?
Michael, it could be a contingency, which is when you get into the seat, it may not be you get paid a great salary, but it could be depending upon your ability to manage a program, generate revenues, and that be associated with your compensation. Doesn't have to get. Some people have the ability to do so, even when they're in their spirit. It could be a retired person that you bring in.
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. I was actually just going to come to that point. We do have a lot of retired executives out there who would, probably step in for something like this.
Yeah.
But that requires a degree of management up front. And that's what I said has been the problem with the GFF.
Well, you have to sacrifice yourself, right? Basically, you have to sacrifice yourself.
Yeah.
Because you're going to replace yourself, but you're doing it
never
with
vote
the right
themselves
intention.
off the boat. They never vote themselves off the boat.
They
And
won't.
That's been the problem.
That's been the
Gents,
I
I'm
think
going to
I
be making a
remember-
move.
I think I remember a few
Hi,
years
Richard.
ago,
Have a good
Michael. I know.
Respect.
I think I probably remember this when there was this there was this executive at the bank who basically, like a lot of times persons were firing staff, saying that the staff is the issue. This man was getting rid of managers. Managers. So I think that's the thing with JFF. You get rid of a tapper then or other staff that are in certain aspect, but the persons who are actually running the process or are actually supposed to guide the ship, they are not doing so, then you have to get rid of them. So until these persons have been replaced, I don't see where we will go any further, because the administrative side is, no matter when they're saying that this is a new JFF or this is a new this and this is a new that, it can be said that Captain Northburn is the most successful administrator, because he's the only one that has, under his stewardship, we have qualified for World Cups. Meaning that the Senior World Cup and both the Under 17 World Cups and the Under 20 World Cup. No other administration has qualified for nothing. So whether he was doing, then they were saying that the old administration and the way it was run had to go. Well, obviously his administration had some form of success. This administration has none. So quite clearly, we are seeing.
So we have, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat and in the panel, we have 5 minutes remaining. Coach has to go to his bed. Late. He's been up actually, running the program in the background, but he's not feeling well. Or as we say in the media, he's out on assignment. Trying to get better. So any other topic we want to discuss in the next 5 minutes? Or do we have our last words? We have a game coming up on Sunday.
And this is something that just came to me. I was saying, like, Mr. Speed, what responsibilities we think the technical committee should share? Shouldn't they have, like they so efficiently terminated the contract of Coach Whitmore, should they have terminated or recommended that the contracts of Alvis Powell and Javon Watson be terminated based on their technical assessment of the game? Do they have a responsibility to terminate players, recommend that certain players' contract terminated?
Well, you don't have to terminate their contract,
Terminate.
But can I listen for a second? Which is if the player is not called for national duty, he doesn't get compensated, right? So you can have a contract all you want. If you're not in the 23 or in the 40 or in the 11, you're not involved. So you don't need to terminate my contract. The contract is a continuum which will get exercised when you actually are in the squad or in the team. So you could be out there. If you don't ever get called, it doesn't really matter. You terminate the contract.
I just thought that they should be terminating the contract of players who are holding up space, who are no longer are surplus to requirements. Is that the management term?
Well, no, they're not surplus. They're in the squad. You know what surplus?
Yeah,
Paul Hall, Paul Hall picked his 23, and Abbas was in his 23, and Haka was in the standby. My understanding is, and my sources may not be the most accurate, that Haka may be going to Panama.
Because Haka is in Panama.
Okay. So if that's the case, then talk to the coach. Don't beat the administration. Talk to the coach about why he's making the decisions, which we all seem to think may not be the smartest decisions. Right? Guys, take responsibility at this point. Let's not blame Avas. Let's not blame Haka. Let's not blame anybody else. The coach owns it now. He's run the program, and he has a choice to say where you play or don't play, and he's playing them.
Good night.
Last minute.
Good final point, guys.
We're in the last word section. CC, you go first.
Good. But it late though, you know. We need to do that. I think everybody has said what they need for say.
It's last words though.
Quickly, CC. Everybody last final points.
My last word is basically I'm just looking forward to the Panama game and looking how Kevin Stewart looks in the midfield and going forward. So we just need to get his cap in so we can know we have him in our plans, because he's actually, I think, 28 if I'm not wrong. So that's like by the time the next cycle comes around and among with the Nation League, given that all things remain the same in terms of his health and his ability to go there and actually represent his club, I'm just looking forward to see what we can do Sunday come in Panama.
Michael?
I wish them luck. I wish Paul Hall luck. I'm praying. I'm praying hard. I want to see us make 2026, and I need to see us qualify for this way to get there, because I don't see any other way.
Qatar?
All right. Qatar and then.
We said 5 minutes, not 5 hours, by the way.
No, not even 5 minutes. 30 seconds, if that is possible for Qatar.
Don't think, just speak, don't think.
I'll take my wrap-up minute to not to go over what anybody said, but just to say that in this thing called football and this country called Jamaica, sometimes we have the heroes. And I just want to take my minute to recognize Anthony, the Judge Grant, who yesterday told his club, I'm choosing Jamaica over Swindon Town. Pay my contract and let me depart. And I've never seen a player do that anywhere in the world. And I hope that small sacrifice is a statement like Colin Kaepernick when he took the knee. You can't push black people around and treat us like we are second-class citizens. Respect us. Anthony Grant, I wish you all the best tomorrow in the signing. Whatever you've done, you'll be a legend. So I'll take my minute and just ask us to reflect on someone who gave a sacrifice, who was willing to give up everything for this 144 square miles. Big up those who have personal issues.
So all right. You can close it out, Formula. I'll say this, which I'm very pleased that the YouTubers are getting some recognition. Now, I'm not talking about panelists. I'm talking about people who run their channel like Formula, Ryan, IMAX, Coach's Desk, Manning's Man, that is I Am Sure Sport. I actually got an official media designation, which shows that we've sort of pivot as to what is traditional media versus what is contemporary media. and is able to, maybe not as well as we'd like, but influence direction of travel, influence how organizations think, not just for football, but just in general. And hopefully we can use this in a very positive light to help make changes in the football program. I won't go to society at large. So I'm glad that is being recognized, it's being done. And we can't do it, or they can't do it, I should say, not we, without those who are in the chat who join us every evening or join the other programs every evening, contribute their points, contribute their views. We don't always agree, but we all, I think, have the same objective, which is to enhance our product, have a product which can be quality on the world stage, and allow us to be successful. So thanks everyone for joining. Appreciate it. Formula, it's all yours to take us home.
Yeah, man, guys, coach, could not make it here tonight. So that's why I didn't see coach here. So, I filled in for him, and, it was a great show. Thanks for, supporting the show even without coach. And thanks to all the viewers, all the commenters, and all the panelists, who continue to make this show what it is. Take care, guys. Stay safe, and until next time, Jason, Style, and Flavor Boss.
Cranky, don't leave.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.